I call to order the regular meeting of the Anchorage Assembly for the Municipality of Anchorage for February 25th, 2014. Madam Clerk, would you please take the roll call?
Mr. Birch.
Here.
Ms. Dembowski.
Present.
Mr. Steele.
Here.
Mr. Starr.
Here.
Mr. Flynn.
Present from afar.
Mr. Trombley.
Here.
Mr. Hall.
Here.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Honored to be here.
Ms. Johnston.
Here.
Mr. Honeman.
Here.
Mr. Trainee.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Mr. Starr, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Mayor Sullivan, have a report for us this evening?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of things. Spent several days last week down in the Capitol working with our legislators and making sure that they are moving forward on some of our priorities. As we know, it's going to be a very challenging year for capital projects, but we also have a couple of operating budget requests this year, including support for SART, and for the Domestic Violence Intervention Program, where we've shown really great success, and we're competing for dollars in other programs, but I think we're able to show that some of the success rates in our program are fairly dramatic, so we're feeling confident about that. I testified in front of the Joint Transportation Committee on all things port. I gave them an update on all the developments over the last 6 months or so, and so they're up to speed, and knowing that probably not this session, but next session we will be working again with them in partnership to secure more funding for the port project. Rondi, of course, and then followed up this Saturday, the Anchorage Caucus was in town, and so had the opening moments to speak to our Anchorage Caucus. Assembly members Trainee and Gray Jackson were there as well, so appreciated them coming to show support. And we highlighted, since they were in the library, the needs of the phase one of the library project, and I think everything was fairly well received. As you know, Mr. Chair, Rondi kicked off this weekend. I was at the parade. It was the start of the dog sled races, and then an event that I hope in the future Assembly members should drop in on. It's called Meet the World. Bridge Builders holds at the museum every year during Rondi time, literally 40 different booths of every, not every, but certainly well represented of various cultures that live in Anchorage, and it really is a tremendous event. Lots of dancers, taiko drummers, other entertainment, and really showcasing the incredible diversity we have in our community. Finally, this week, the ambassador from Finland is in town, and there is the Arctic Ambitions 3 put on by the World Trade Center Alaska. I'll be making remarks, and there are representatives from the Global Arctic, including the Finland ambassador, so we're pleased to welcome her to town, and we'll show her our great Alaskan hospitality. And that's it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also was in Juneau for 3 days last week, part of that time with AML, and the positive thing that came out of that was the governor, of course, was asked about revenue sharing, and he was very adamant about continuing to support the revenue sharing, and got a round of applause for that. Also, he is working, as well as a lot of us, for the $3 billion deposit into the PERS account to help stabilize the long-term payment of that. I was thrilled to death because it was 3 of the prettiest days I've ever seen the sun shine. Every day it was glorious. I got to make a number of meetings on my own on the Hill. I also had the good fortune of making a number of meetings with the mayor on calling on a number of our legislators and asking for support. But I want to share with you, Mayor, I did it personally to Shalon while I was there, but that's one of those individuals on your staff that I bump into, say hi to on the elevator on occasion or pass in the hallway. But I'm telling you, I was so impressed with that young lady's talent and what she's able to accomplish on the Hill representing us. I had no idea that she had spent 10 years there in training, but it's training that played off very well, and I compliment you for being able to get an individual of that talent on your staff. She was absolutely awesome.
I share that sentiment, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Birch.
No report, sir.
Ms. Dembowski.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know I always have something to say. Mr. Chairman, tonight we have items 11C and 14I on the agenda, both of which have previously been ruled by this body that I do not have a conflict, so I plan on participating. Also, we have item 9E5, a contract award for the purchase of firefighting foam agents to be used by the fire department. As with other AFD-related purchases, I do not believe my marriage to an Anchorage firefighter creates any private or financial interest for me, and I am prepared to act in the public interest. For laid on the table item, we have item 9 Bravo 8, supporting HB 247. If HB 247 passes the Alaska legislature, it will not apply to my husband, who is vested in an earlier tier.
Thank you, Ms. Dembowski. And with similar items, I recognize no conflict for you regarding item 9E5. I would ask if the body concurs. Mr. Flynn?
I concur, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
on the changes to 3.30, is there going to be a later disclosure on that? Because the changes to 3.30, will that be affecting your husband, who's a fire captain?
No.
Not at all.
No.
Financially? Okay.
No. Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry too, but I had previously indicated 985, but I also do need a ruling on 9 Bravo 8. The earlier one with HB 247, I didn't list it.
Same ruling.
Okay.
And thank you, Ms. Dembowski. You will participate.
Thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Dembowski?
No, sir.
Mr. Steele?
Thank you. I, too, spent a day in Juneau. It was, quite frankly, one of the best days I've seen, Mr. Chairman, so I validate your observation. Got a good reception on the Hill, talking to folks. I was speaking mainly to West Anchorage priorities, but I was also speaking to some of the general priorities of the city itself, and I got a good reception, so it was a good trip, I think. Also, I did go to the caucus meeting also, and heard some compelling testimony from folks on various items. So all in all, it was a good legislative contact week.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Starr?
I have no report.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The AMS Policy Committee meeting for this month will take place on Thursday, the 27th at 1:30 p.m. And Mr. Steele has graciously agreed to serve in my stead as I will be returning home from my business trip that afternoon and won't be able to be there present. The agenda is posted on the municipal website. The primary issue I think of interest is the quarterly update, but nothing too earth-shaking.
Very,
Mr. Chairman.
very good. Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Trombley?
No ethics and elections report, but at our last work session, I believe it was on Friday, the deputy clerk, Amanda, Ms. Mosier, gave about a 20-minute overview on how it is that the municipality has 43 ballots at any given election time. And so the clerk's office does a tremendous job, but they do it very well, and it was a very enlightening process. But just a short point of personal privilege, Mr. Chairman, I've shared this with you, but my grandfather, who turned 90 on February 9th, was a B-17 World War II pilot, flew missions over Germany, and I've always said he's been a very tough guy, and I figured if the Nazis couldn't get him, he was going to be around for a long time. And as he spent 2.5 weeks in the ICU, he is now home, even though we thought that he wasn't going to make it. But like I said, he's a tough guy, so we're happy to have him home, And it's a great generation, the greatest generation. So he's still kicking. I think he'll be around for a while.
Excellent. Very, very pleased to hear that. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have an audit committee report, but I would like to let everybody know that Mr. Train and I, once again this year, will be headed to Juneau, bringing 3 of our constituents. We brought a couple last year, and we're bringing 3 this year, and it's really been effective having them down there talking about their projects that are important to their community, and they always have wonderful, wonderful presentations for our legislators. On Thursday, we have 8 meetings scheduled, and on Friday, we have 2 meetings scheduled. And then tomorrow, I just want to mention really quick, there is going to be a Healthy Futures press conference at O'Malley School at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. And following that, there's going to be a press conference and a meeting to pull things together because Anchorage is bringing the Let's Move, First Lady Michelle Obama's Let's Move initiative to Anchorage, and I'm really, really excited about it. We have a lot of participation on a local level. We have Molly Reese from the United States Department of Health and Human Services who will be here to speak along with the Assistant Surgeon General, and that happens tomorrow, 11 o'clock, in the public conference room, and I'm just excited about it, and I hope to see some of you there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Horniman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had the Public Safety Committee meeting for February on February 19th. Of course, you were in Juneau for AML. However, we had a fairly good, well-attended a meeting with members of the towing community in particular who are interested in our continuing endeavor to update the code there as much as we did the transportation for taxis and chauffeurs permits. So we'll be looking forward to something there soon. We're trying to assemble our committee again, our working group, and trying to finish that out here rather quickly to at least get something, the amendments and changes, presented before the body to have public hearings on, make changes. And we also heard from the Anchorage School District's request regarding the the school resource officers, the police officers in the schools, and we support their board's direction to their superintendent, and hopefully the members of the body will be getting a copy of the resolution that they had passed at their board level shortly. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Johnston.
Yes, the Enterprise Committee meeting we had on Monday to discuss item 11A, which is the CH2M Hill contract with the port, and to answer any questions that any of the committee members or other members had as far as that contract. We'll be dealing with whatever we did from the meeting when we're on 11A. I have a question to Ms. Ray Jackson. Healthy Futures has been around for, I think, almost 10 years now. So is Move On going to partner with Healthy Futures, or is it because they're an organized nonprofit? I just was wondering.
If I may, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Johnson. It's not Move On, it's Let's Move. And there are 5 goals, and I'm really excited that Healthy Futures has been around and working with the school district for 10 years because it's going to make it easier for us to reach the 5 goals. And there's a lot of information in the press release. There's information in the resolution that we're about to approve. And if you need any additional information, I'm happy to provide it to you offline. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Trainee.
Just that Saturday, we made sure that all of our legislators that were here got a copy of the resolution we passed a couple meetings ago relative to the BSA, base student allocation, and we had to peg to inflation for the future. I think the vote was 10-1. Anyway, we made sure every legislator here had a copy of it. So We're going to go down there and give copies to all the legislators again, just in case they forgot about it.
Very good. Thank you,
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Prior to my doing the addendum to the consent agenda, I want to do a shout out to Mr. Evans. You called me earlier about whether you should be here this evening or not. What I see is you are it's being introduced this evening. We will not actually take action on you until the next meeting, Mr. Evans. So my apologies. I gave you some misdirection. I would love to see you here at the next meeting so you can introduce yourself and we'll be able to recognize you. We are now to the addendum to the agenda. The chair would take a motion to incorporate. We have the addendum and some laid on the table items.
Move to incorporate.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Any objection to the incorporation? Mr. Flynn?
No objection, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I will read the addendum and the laid on the table into the minutes. We have under resolutions and actions 9B, 9B7, AR 54, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending and approving policy AG 38, option to exempt building permits for 1- and 2-family homes from municipal plan review. We have under 9D, new business, D12, AM 120, new beverage dispensary / tourism liquor license for HP Holdings Incorporated, doing business as Anchorage City Limits Lofts. We have D13, AM 121, change order number 5 to purchase order number 20130518 with Braun Northwest, Inc. for the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska Fire Department in the amount of $8,700. D14 AM 122, change order number 5 to purchase order number 20120852 with Improvisations, Inc. To provide configuration support, Series and SAP/Kronos interface support for the Municipality of Anchorage Information Technology Department in the amount of $136,000. D15 AM 123, amendment number 3 to professional services contract with Michael Levine relating to the case of Kenny et al. Versus MOA, the amount of $25,000. We have 9F, ordinances and resolutions for introduction, F5, AO 37, an ordinance authorizing disposal of a municipal interest in lands via vacation of portions of easements no longer required on the south 1/3 of the east 1/2 of Lot 2, Block 11, on the east 1/2 of Lot 2, Block 11, on the west 1/3 of the north 1/2 of Lot 1, Block 7, on the south 1/2 of Lot 3, Block 1, on the east 2/3 of the north 1/2 of Lot 3, Block 1, and on Lot 2, Block 1, all within the Mountain View subdivision of the Norman Lange Homestead, Plat 5, Municipal Light and Power. This item is for public testimony on 3/11/14 and is accompanied by an AM 124. We have 11 old business and unfinished action on public hearing items, 11B2, which is AR 14S, a resolution revising the approved 2014 General Government Capital Improvement Budget budget program. And that is accompanied by AM number 24. Under item 14, new public hearings, 14I, 2 AO 32S, an ordinance amending and updating personnel rules, Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 3.30, consistent with the requirements for the Kronos and SAP operating systems and other related changes. And that is accompanied by AM 98. On late on the table item, we have 9B, resolutions for action and other, 9B8, AR 56, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly in support of House Bill 247, an act relating to the Protective Occupation Retirement Council relating to the participation of certain employees in the defined benefits and defined contribution plans of the Public Employees Retirement System and providing for an effective date. And we have B9, which is AR 57, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional non-objection regarding issuance of a new beverage dispensary tourism liquor license number 5282 for HP Holding Incorp. Doing business as Anchorage City Limits Lofts with restaurant designation permit 239 West 4th Avenue, Anchorage, Alaska, for a period of 180 days to allow application and written confirmation of the conditional use permit for use involving sale of alcoholic beverages at this location. And we have 9D, new business, D12, A, which is an AM 120, 120/2014A, new beverage dispensary tourism liquor license for the HP Holdings Incorporated, doing business as Anchorage City Limits Lofts. And we have 9D16, which is an AM 125, remand of Eberhard, etc., versus the municipality of Anchorage. And we have 9F5, an AO, we do not have a number at the present, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 28.60.050, voting absentee by mail to allow public disclosure of absentee mailing addresses, and that would be for public hearing on the 11th of March. That's all of the items. I would take a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second, and beginning with you, Mr. Birch, any items to be pulled?
Yes, sir. I'd like to pull the first item on the late in the table package, 9B8. That's a resolution addressing a House Bill 247.
Ms. Dembowski.
No item, sir.
Mr. Steele.
No items.
Mr. Starr.
I have no items.
Mr. Flynn.
No item, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Trombley.
No items.
Ms. Gray-Jackson.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Honeman.
I'll break the trend here, Mr. Chairman. On the addendum to the agenda, 9 Delta 15.
Anything else, Mr. Honeman?
That's it.
Ms. Johnston.
9A1.
Mr. Trainee.
Nope, nothing.
I'm going to take 1 second for the clerk to catch up here a moment.
I don't see it. Elby, do you have that? Because I don't see it. I don't see their amendment. 123 to 14. Here it is. Never mind.
Mr. Chairman, while she's catching up, I do have one I missed.
Mr. Steele.
911C.
Mr. Steele, that will be under a different
Oh,
action.
sorry.
It's a regular agenda item.
But I do appreciate you keeping me on my toes.
That's what I'm here for.
We're okay? Okay. Mr. Flynn, the clerk has asked if you would want to pull 9D12.
If there's no objection, Mr. Chairman, I'm fine with just going to making sure just that the the laid on the table item moves forward and not the S version, rather, and not the addendum item.
Okay.
So I don't see any need to pull it as long as
Okay.
the S version is what we're approving.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Flynn. I want to verify that I've got all three items listed. Wow, this is a record. I'm showing that we have pulled Alpha 1, we have pulled Bravo 8, and we have pulled Delta 15. No other items? Then I would ask that you vote on the consent agenda less the three items that are pulled for further action. Please vote. Mr. Flynn?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
That motion carries unanimously. We now have before us item 9A1. It is AR 47, recognizing Deputy Municipal Clerk Amanda K. Mosier for earning the designation of Certified Municipal Clerk.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any objection? Hearing none, that item is approved.
This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Deputy Municipal Clerk Amanda K. Mosier for earning the designation of Certified Municipal Clerk, CMC. Whereas Amanda K. Mosier has been employed with the Municipality of Anchorage Department of Assembly, Office of Municipal Clerk since January 2010 and has served since August 2012 as Deputy Municipal Clerk, and whereas Deputy Municipal Clerk Amanda has and is responsible for the planning and administration of regular and special municipal elections, hiring and training over 600 election workers to process voters at 122 precincts, recording and distributing election results and staffing the Assembly meeting and acting as a parliamentarian, and whereas Amanda Mosier has been involved with the Alaska Association of Municipal Clerks, AAMC, which focuses on providing education, training, and mentoring opportunities for municipal clerks, advancing and supporting sound local government in conjunction with other organizations dedicated to improve municipal affairs. And Amanda has served on the AAMC Conference Planning Committee and other committees. And whereas Amanda has attended Northwest Clerks Institute week-long professional development training for the last 4 years, which provides municipal clerks in Alaska a comprehensive curriculum in public administration management, technical skills, and professional development. And whereas after completing 3 years of educational requirements and having a record of significant contributions to local government, our community, and the state, the International Institute of Municipal Clerks, IIMC, awarded CMC designation to Anchorage Deputy Municipal Clerk Amanda K. Mosier. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly hereby recognize and applaud Amanda K. Mosier for achievement earning the designation of Certified Municipal Clerk, passed and approved by the Anchorage Municipal Assembly this 25th day of February 2014. Thank you.
Amanda, tell us all that you've learned.
I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank the Assembly for the recognition, and I'd also like to thank Barbara Jones for her guidance and support.
Mr. Honeman.
Man, I guess because you were here when I first got here, and I don't know how long before that, but every chance I've gotten to work with you, it's been nothing less than a pleasure, and you're very professional, committed, and dedicated, and congratulations and thank you for your commitment too. So, thank you.
Ms. Johnston.
Amanda, I've enjoyed working with you, continue to work with you. Got to know you really well in 2012 and appreciate all the work that you do on the elections. Thank you.
Mr. Trini.
Amanda, thank you so much. I was here when you came here. It's been fun to watch you develop into the great clerk you are now. Thank you very much. We look to your guidance.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, ma'am.
Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say a big congratulations to you for your achievement, Amanda. I'm just excited for you. You, like everybody has just said, you just do a wonderful job. And I'm just really pleased with our entire clerk's staff. It's just really great having all of you working on behalf of all of us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Amanda, I feel that you and I grew up together. Starting with the election of 2012, I was amazed at the grace, the maturity that you handled the aftermath of that. And of course, 2013 wasn't a cakewalk either. But for someone that has truly come into your own, I'm delighted to have you on staff and to be able to work with you. Congratulations.
Thank you. And just once again, thanks for the recognition, and I'd like to thank Barbara for her guidance and support.
Thank you. We have now before us item 9B8, and that is in support of House Bill 247, an act relating to the Protective Occupation Retirement Council relating to participation of certain employees and the defined benefit and defined contribution plans of the public employees retirement system and providing for an effective date. Mr. Birch?
Move to approve.
Second.
Yes. Mr. Birch, you pulled
Yeah,
that?
I pulled this because I will be a no vote. This is a pig in a poke here. We don't have an idea as to what we're dealing with. We are struggling today with dealing with the high cost of PERS and TERS and defined benefits programs. And I guess I'm concerned about this body going on record as supporting a defined benefit program that we just don't have all the answers on. And I think we're underwater today with PERS and TERS and beholden to the state to hopefully fund a big portion of that on an annual basis. Nothing's certainly guaranteed. So I will be a no vote on this. Thank you.
Ms. Johnston?
Yes, I'm a no vote for a different reason. As we've had this discussion in the past, passing resolutions that have bill numbers to them I feel is a really dangerous road to go down, because in Juneau, a bill can start out as one thing and turn into a totally different thing. And I think it's really, if you want to come back with a resolution that would support the concept, then I would be much more open to it. I feel this hybrid concept has a lot of good parts to it. I'm concerned how the legislature, currently we're paying 22% on both defined benefits and defined contribution employees. And that is because of our unfunded liability. And it's a really squirrely aspect, but I don't know how the state's going to come back to us, because we still will have that same amount to pay. Will this mean that we'll pay additional funds for defined contributions personnel on top of the 22% for our IEPs? I don't know. And so I just be very nervous to support something that has a bill number that we don't know what it's going to look like at the end of the day. But if you wanted to come back with a resolution supporting a concept of a hybrid, I would be more interested in looking at it.
Mr. Trainey.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to be supporting this. When I take a look at who authored this, Holmes, Millett, Ledoux, Menez, Costello, Lynn, Exit, and Gratis. And on the Senate, we have other senators, I think representing your area, Amy, and yours, Bill, your senator down there supporting this. So I think we need to lend our support to their efforts. And I'll be approving this, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Honeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll also be supporting this, and I'll do it proudly. And the main thing reason that I'll be doing so just reminds me of a conversation I had just past Thursday. A gentleman listened to a presentation reference the Israel Keys case by a pretty seasoned detective, and his first question to me is, how do we get more people like that at our department, and how do we keep them? And he himself is a retired school teacher and has a defined benefit retirement system, and that was the first response I had was, you can do a lot of things with and without a certain amount of money for pay, and even some with the medical benefits and such, the costs have gone up. But if you're going to both recruit the best and retain the best, you better offer something that they can have other than taking their years of training and experience to another place that offers a defined benefit versus what we have today. I testified before the legislature when there was the change in the statutes against going to Tier 4 and closing the defined benefit. And I said it then, and I'll say it again to Mr. Birch openly. Mr. Birch, you say we can't afford this, and mostly because legislators at that time failed to act responsibly and fiduciary responsibility to making sure we didn't fund appropriately our PERS program. And I say the same thing to you, sir, as I was said to those people in the legislature on my own dime, which is if you really feel that strongly about that, please be the first to step forward and give up your defined benefit retirement program under PERS and jump into the Tier 4. Thank you.
Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off, I'd like to apologize for laying this on the table because it's a lot of material to read, but hopefully, especially Mr. Burris, since you're adamantly not supporting this, I hope you had a chance to at least read a little bit of it. But anyway, what I've always supported doing something in lieu of Tier 4. And what really brought my attention to this immediately was on Saturday, I was at the caucus meeting with Mr. Trainey and the mayor, and one of the firefighters testified in support of this bill, and there were about 20 others in the audience. And what, 30? 50? You counted. All right, Mr. Trainey, thank you. 50 in the audience, and the testimony was so empowering, so moving that Mr. Trainey and I talked afterward, and we said, we got to support this. And we especially wanted to have it on this agenda because we're going to Juneau on Thursday and have an opportunity to talk about it. And in terms of, if I may, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Johnson's comments about, oh, she would support it if it wasn't specific to this bill number, I don't think that really matters, Ms. Johnson, because this is a real clear bill, and I don't care how many changes that are made to it, the mission will still be there. So I don't think that's a real good reason why not to support it right now. Also, one more comment, Mr. Chairman, if I may. If you look at the sponsor statement from Ms. Holmes, the first sentence says, protecting the state from liability in the event of market shortfalls comes down to having secure methods of protecting the health of the fund. In this bill, we have several tools and safeguards that protect the state from accumulating any unfunded liability. And this only applies to our public safety officers, police and fire. And I really would appreciate this body's support on this resolution this evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Starr.
I'll look forward when Juneau writes letters of support to our legislative. But Ms. Mahoney, have you had a chance to study the ramifications of that as it relates to the 22% formula that we have?
Through the chair, I have not. I have been supportive in regard to the governor's $3 billion infusion, and I have studied those analytics in detail, but I have not studied this or the impact on the municipality.
Have you read what's been presented to us so far?
No, this is the first I've seen it as a laid on the table item.
Thank you.
Mr. Trombley.
Mr. Trainey, I'm not always clear on the way Juneau works. I don't really know if anybody is at times, but I know with our items we usually attach a C. Is there a C of some type attached to this?
Well, I wish there was a C attached to some of the legislation I think is going to pass tonight relative to the election to November, but that's another issue. There is no C attached to this, sir.
Okay. I see one of the things that this will do is that it says it'll make overtime will not count in the final calculations for retirement. Do you think there's any adverse effect as far as, I'm sure there's a financial incentive right now to work overtime because it will help your pay. Do you think we're going to run into any sort of shortfalls on overtime?
Mr. Romney?
Okay.
I think Juneau is asking us, and legislators that we respect are asking us to help lend our support to getting this passed. I'm more than willing to do it. You have your chance to vote however you feel, Mr. Trombley.
Well, thank you for that, Mr. Trainey. Mr. Hardeman, I saw you had your hand up. You were going to comment on that? I don't want to.
I'd ask the Chair, just a real quick response, Mr. Trombley. As I understand it, I am a member of PERS Tier 1, but I retired from Police and Fire Retirement Plan 3. And my plan, unlike Tiers 1 and 2, or Plans 1 and 2, did not include retirement factoring into my retirement. Overtime, into my retirement. Plans 1 through 3, PERS, plans Tiers 1 through 3 do include overtime. However, Tier 4 does not, and as does, you're correct, this does not as well as proposed. So it does, if you will, disincentivize overtime, but I don't think that's necessarily an attractive draw these days. I think people are wanting to not have to go into work, and there's more of a requirement people being ordered in as opposed to volunteering these days.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hardeman.
Ms. Dembowski.
Why, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I take a little different perspective on this. I met with a couple people, Tom Westcott being one of them, last year, and I was intrigued at this idea of a hybrid solution. So the comments that Ms. Johnston made really resonate with me, but I have a fundamental rule in my world, and that is I don't pass something that I don't read, period. I'm not going to vote on it just to pass it so I can read what's in it. It's not going to happen. So, I appreciate that some of the Eagle River legislators and some of the other legislators may have signed on to this, but I'm not in the mood to follow. I'm in the mood to do my own homework and vet the issues as they come. So I really appreciate what Ms. Gray Jackson said about laid on the table and apologizing, because I got this 10 minutes before the meeting. It's a 16-page House bill that I'm sure has ramifications that the CFO has yet to determine what those are monetarily to the city. Therefore, I will be a no vote on this tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, too, am concerned that we got it late, but I understand that folks got this at the caucus meeting, and I have scanned it, but I have not read the details of it. I, too, am in favor of some hybrid or some other retirement mechanism to help some of the negative aspects of this conversion from defined benefit to defined contribution. I have read Ms. Holmes, Representative Holmes' comments on it. I still am concerned, but I realize that time is probably of the essence in that the legislature's only there for 90 days, and they've been there probably half that now. So if we don't do it, if we don't vote on it, if we don't support it now, it probably won't make any difference in the overall scheme, because it will be past that aspect in their session. So I'm still up in the air.
Mr. Trombley.
Mr. Chairman, I believe we're 30 days into the session, so we have 60 days left. But I would like to move to postpone this to March 11th, at least allow the CFO to run some sort of financial analysis on how this is going to affect our city if it did in fact pass.
Okay. We've got a motion and a second.
And I should say, give at least Ms. Dembowski the opportunity to read it, and along with the rest of us.
We've got a motion to postpone. Please vote. Mr. Flynn.
Yes.
That motion carries 7 to 3. 4. I'm sorry, I pitched one. 7 to 4. Thank you. We will postpone this to the following meeting of March the 11th to give individuals opportunity to take a look at it. We now have before us item 9D15, which is AM 123, amendment number 3 to professional services contract with Michael L. Levine relating to the case of Kennedy versus the MOA.
Move to approve or accept.
Mr. Honman?
And I had it a minute ago, and I misplaced it. Approve. So for the record, it's moved to approve. And I just moved my papers around, so give me just a second. I had a question reference the, here it is. And I'm not sure if it can be discussed because it's a legal matter that's ongoing, but through the administration, perhaps Mr. Wheeler. I noticed that this was to Mr. Levine to provide expert witness review and testimony. Does this mean Mr. Levine is also trying or defending the municipality in this case, or is this also being done by another attorney, either on staff or under contract?
Through the chair, Mr. Honeman, the law firm of Clapp Peterson is our outside counsel. Mr. Levine is an expert witness. He'll be testifying on our behalf. He's done some analysis and will be providing reports and has done so. The trial starts next week.
So it's my understanding that the limit goes to $55,000 for his expert witness testimony, or is it in preparation of witnesses?
Both. He's been working on the case for quite some time. You might recall this case was originally set for trial almost a year ago and then got postponed, so there was quite a bit of work done pre-trial back then. He had reports to do for purposes of providing discovery to the other side, and of course when the trial starts he'll provide testimony on the stand for however many hours or days it takes to provide that testimony.
So then this is just one attorney. The other contract for the outside counsel, where are we at numbers-wise relate to this case? And I suppose this might be an appropriate time to ask. I don't know the last time. I thought I reviewed something reference ongoing litigation. From time to time, we have had updates on where we're at and what it's costing us.
Through the chair, Mr. Honeman, it's been a while since I've given you an overall report on behalf of the department in terms of all litigation. The total outside counsel contract for this case is probably in the range of $400,000 to $500,000, but I'd have to get that number to you.
I'd like an update, if I could, to find out what's our risk of exposure should we were to lose the case. I mean, I know nothing's a given in these days, but it'd be nice to know not only on this case but other litigation. So, Mr. Chair, if I might, if we could ask perhaps the clerk that we could schedule I don't know if it's going to take an executive session, I believe, if I recall from past, where we can get briefed on outstanding litigation and where we're at with those and costs and such. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
See no one else in the queue, please vote. Mr. Flynn?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously. We're going to take a short break, and we'll come back and begin with our old business. Call the meeting back to order. We now have us under old business, item 11A for action by the body. Ms. Johnston.
Move to accept 11A2.
Mr. Honeman.
Approve.
I thought I had it on. You know, I want to first explain that I have absolutely no problems with CH2M Hill or anyone who would work as their, I think it's HDR as one of their subs. I do still have some concerns. I read the memo, I read the email advisory from our municipal legal about the term of the contract. That's my primary concern, number one. And I'm having difficulties when a majority on this body here that I see have been absolutely harping. This administration harped on the length of 5-year contracts for employees. And righteously that CH2M Hill or there's, I guess you'd say subs won't be direct employees, but under contract they become municipal employees per se. They just won't have the benefits, medical benefits or retirements from the municipality. But a 5-year contract with two-year extensions, I'm not so concerned about the length of time. This project's clearly going to go at least that long, if not longer. But, you know, I had asked before, why couldn't we consider 3 years with 2 3-year options instead of a 5-year with 2 2-year options? And I got the memo back from legal and from purchasing saying we'd have to start over fundamentally. I'm not sure if that's the exact answer. If I'll take your word for it. You're the people that's hired to do that. So that's how we do that. We defer to your expertise and your knowledge. So I'm really concerned because we keep harping about the length of contracts, and then you get right down to it, and there really isn't anything other than, you know, helping to develop the concept, and then we may spend more to another engineering firm, a designer, to do design build, and then we've basically got a second layer of people on payroll, for lack of better terms. So I guess I'd have a question. CH2M Hill, I understand someone here is from. If they could step forward, I can ask a question, or HDR. Is there someone here?
Good evening. My name is Stacy Jones with CH2M Hill. I'm a vice president responsible for the port and maritime operations in North America on the West Coast.
Okay. Well, thank you for being here. I'll try to be as quick and succinct as possible, but do you anticipate or do you have a number? I believe in one of the work sessions or discussions we had, do you know how many employees that under this contract you would have? And I don't, maybe it'll change through cycles, but do you have any idea, like a set number of people who would be working under contract under these expenses?
And this contract is task order based. So dependent upon the task orders that will be requested of the municipality and the port would dictate the number of individuals necessary to implement those tasks. We do have a PMO office. That is one of the requirements required in the RFP, and that would be limited to about 4 individuals at this point. But that would be something that, again, would be negotiated based upon a task order for that PMO office.
So, if you don't mind, so we can share with the public, it's a great time to ask that. How much would those 4 staff in the PMO in the office, how much would that cost on a monthly basis or on the yearly basis? I mean, otherwise, they're not going to bill against the task. They're going to be in the PMO office as required, correct? They'll be there regardless of a task order. If you get one task order, you'll still have those 4 people in the PMO office.
Not necessarily. So I think it's a little bit premature to be able to answer that without really fully scoping out what the initial task would be, and when we would actually develop that office up to that full capacity. That isn't something that we would do day one.
So in essence, and I'm not trying to be flip here, I'm just trying to be direct, and this is the city, and maybe it's Mr. Hannes.
Yeah, and I think that this, might be something that, again, would be more...
My concern here is this. As I look at this contract, it's $6 million a year. $6 million a year, which, when you look at that project, is really not a lot of money. But when you look at it as, is it a guarantee $6 million that we're going to spend? I keep hearing we're not until we get a task order. Then I keep hearing, well, we'll have 4 people minimum at a PMO required by the RFP. So I'm trying to do my math here, because if it's $6 million for 4 people, that's a lot of money. But if it's $6 million for 60 people, it brings it down a little bit less. So my point is that you get a task order or you don't. What's the expectation of CH2M Hill or HDR? You get a 5-year contract for $30 million, $6 million a year for 5 years. If you don't get a task order for 6 months, what's your expectation? What does your company gain off this RFP for this proposal?
Well, we would work with the Port of Anchorage to understand what their resourcing needs are for this project. And on similar projects, you typically will see a bell-shaped curve in terms of ramping up slowly, getting to the peak in terms of your services, and then ramping back down. There's no guarantee, CH2M Hill fully understands that, to receive the full amount of this contract. It's all based on task order. This is not an unusual delivery system. We've worked with the similar type of delivery system. And again, that would be requisite upon the issuance of those task orders as the work progresses. And again, to your concern regarding the term of this, there is a clause in the contract. It's a termination clause, and the municipality has the capability of terminating it at any time without cause.
So it's like an at-will contract? If they could pick up the phone and say thank you for your service?
That's in the contract, and we signed it.
Okay. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
So it's like an at-will contract. If we had an at-will employee like an executive, the mayor, or if it was an assembly representative, the chair could say, call up the phone and say, pack your bags and boxes. We've got another firm coming in Monday. Thank you. Pretty much. Okay. And the reason I'm not trying to be adversarial, I'm trying to get this explained, because if I look at $6 million at $150,000 per police officer, that's 40 officers per year for a 5-year period. So I can put a definitive number to that, and that's all I'm asking. I'm trying to figure out, what
Again, the resources would be based on a bell-shaped curve based upon our experience in the past on similar projects. So you'd start with a relatively low number of resources. It would certainly not be at $6 million starting off.
Sure.
You'd have a peak potentially at that level, or a little bit more, ramping back down towards the end of the project.
Okay.
Mr. Starr.
Well, part of the concern, and I'll speak more generally, but I'm glad you're here at the microphone.
Okay.
when we analyze the problems, typically you implement a solution. How in the contract basis or in your level, how will we know that we're doing a good job? Or how will you know that you're doing a good job? What are the performance measures?
One of the key aspects of the management of this project is to perform periodic audits. That would be reports that would be provided to our client. And that would be once the project gets going and we're bringing in some of the designers as well as the contractors, those audits would be conducted based upon the current scope of services. The other measures that you would see is that we would be responsible per the RFP in developing a project management plan. And that project management plan clearly identifies the schedule, the budget, the resources that you would be able to benchmark against in terms of progress of this project.
The AIM, or the Assembly Memorandum, was changed a little bit to expand on that front end, more of a discovery and an evaluation of that. The deliverable that you just talked about, or the task element, I assume, is part of the early process. How long do you anticipate that to take to get to us?
The project management plan, we have 12 weeks.
You have 12 weeks? What does it say that in the
That's what's been submitted as a part of our proposal.
It's not part of the contract, though. That's my challenge.
No, it would have to be a negotiated task order.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Ms. Johnston?
Thank you. Thank you for coming up. First, I'd like each of you to just explain briefly what you're bringing to the table in past experience, immediate past experience.
Sure, thank you for that opportunity. I have prepared a few comments, and I'd like to take that opportunity to be able to at least give you an overview of CH2M Hill capabilities and why we think we're the best firm for this particular project. You know, CH2M Hill is one of the world's leading firms in program management and construction management, not only identified by recognized publications, but also through the work that we have done. And this reputation comes from years of doing the right thing for our clients. CH2M Hill, along with our key teaming partner, which you'll hear from, HDR, are committing a team of professionals with the capability and in-depth experience in delivering project management and construction management services for, of course, this important project, which will modernize the port facilities at Anchorage and to improve the efficiency for the transport of cargo across the berths and backland that currently handle 85 to 90% of all goods coming into Alaska. CH2M Hill across the globe is delivering some of the more recognized projects utilizing proven processes and tools that we will be using on this project as well. And that will enable us to have a fast startup, a seamless execution and communications that will allow us to deliver, that has allowed us to deliver such projects as the 2012 London Olympics and projects that we continue to work on, which include the Panama Canal expansion, the 2022 Qatar World Cup, and the Alaska Gas Line, just to name a few. Our proposed team will be led by Lon Elledge, a seasoned individual with over 30 years of experience in managing port and maritime projects. He's recently served as the project manager on the Port of Gulfport expansion project, worth around $570 million, that has very similar challenges as your project has. Our team has been carefully selected to include individuals with local experience, relevant port and maritime facilities expertise, and an understanding of local permitting and conditions. And also, we have unmatched resources to deliver and that are necessary for this project. Some of the projects that we have worked on that would lend itself and the expertise include, and this is just a sampling, I mentioned the Port of Gulfport project in Mississippi. We also were the program managers for the Port of Houston Bayport Terminal Complex. Also a port development plan for the municipality of Skagway. We worked on the container terminal design at Portsmouth, Virginia. We've also currently working on, and is under construction, a new terminal for Moline, Costa Rica, which is a key port like this one in bringing in goods to that country. We've worked on a Port of Long Beach Pier T container terminal, and we're currently working on a very important project at the Port of Los Angeles, again, another container terminal at their TRAPAC facilities. So this is just a sampling of those projects and the experience that we bring to the table. And now I'd like to introduce Tim Gallagher, that's going to talk a little bit about our key partner, HDR, and some of the things that they'll be doing as a part of this project.
Thank you, Stacy. My name is Tim Gallagher, spelled Gallagher. I currently serve as the general manager of HDR Alaska. I'm actually on my second career. My first career was 28 years in the Army Corps of Engineers. Half of that time spent in the civil side of the Army Corps of Engineers that built and engineered most of the ports in our country, rivers and waterways. My early exposure to this project was early on in 2003 to 2006 in its early formulation. So I've had some exposure on the regulatory side to this project. HDR itself is a global engineering company of about 9,000 employees. It focuses on infrastructure development, certainly marine and port development is one of those types of projects that we have done. Some of the most significant projects are the Freeport project and the Sabine Pass project in the Gulf of Mexico. We have 4 roles as a subconsultant teaming partner with CH2M Hill. Those 4 roles include the environmental and permitting scope, the stakeholder outreach scope, the client liaison scope, and let's see, there's one more. The construction management scope. I can say that the top staff that we have on those 4 areas are some of the most senior people that we have in HDR Alaska, and many of them are coming off major infrastructure development projects that are currently ongoing in the state. The construction manager worked on what will be the largest bridge in the state of Alaska, the Northern Rail Extension project across the Tanana River in Fairbanks. Julie Jessens, one of the top stakeholder outreach professionals here in the state of Alaska, supervises a staff of 15 stakeholder outreach and public involvement staff within our office. The construction management will be led by Sim Brubaker. Sim was the resident engineer on the Northern Rail Extension and is completing the resident engineer responsibilities on the Point McKenzie to Houston rail extension that's underway right now, and he'll have availability to come onto the Port of Anchorage project as well. Handling the customer relations is Larry Howell, a long-standing resident here in the state of Alaska, former executive director of the Alliance. He knows the industries, and he'll be the one that provides the liaison to the industries. I would wrap up by saying that HDR Alaska, 165 staff. Most of our work we self-perform. We subcontract out very little of that. That means most of this work will be going to Alaskans to help support our economy. When you think about some of the projects around the state here that have significant infrastructure development connotations, HDR has been involved. The Whittier Tunnel expansion, the Point Thompson EIS, the Kinnick Arm Bridge program management, the Northern Rail extension that I cited, and the Tanana River Bridge as well.
So in closing, our 40 years plus of history in Alaska underlines our strong commitment to not only this project, but to the state, which includes 24 Alaskan employees. I can say for myself, based upon my experience, both working on the public side with CH2M Hill and my past 7 years with them, that we will bring to the table pleasant people with strong character and world-class capabilities. This will not only make it a great outcome, but an enjoyable experience along the way. So again, we thank you for this opportunity, and we look forward to working on this important project.
Thank you. Mr. Trombley.
Ms. Stacy, I'd like to follow up on some of the questions Mr. Starr had asked. Correct me if I'm wrong, but he asked a question about deliverables as far as the schedule and deliverables, when you expect to meet those. You had mentioned that schedule will be created after the contract's approved. Am I correct on that?
Yes, after the first task order is issued.
Okay. You just rattled off your experience in projects of this size and scope. My assumption is that you know what you're getting into. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So why would you have to wait until a contract is approved to give us a schedule of deliverables? If you know what you're getting into, why wouldn't you provide that beforehand?
Well, the contract requires that a task order be executed before we could start work. So we want to fulfill the requirements in the contract.
Okay. Another question I have for you is, and I asked someone with CH2M at a work session that we had, and this is a challenge that I've been really struggling with. Is it typical of CH2M Hill to do business or to enter into new contracts with an entity, public or private, that you're currently in litigation with on the exact same project that you just bid on?
I believe in that session was Mark Laswell that identified a particular instance in which that has occurred with BP. So I think that there are those instances. And as also I understand in the enterprise meeting, it was identified by the municipality that there is nothing in the code that precludes that. We don't believe that it's going to have an impact on our ability to successfully execute the work. And we've also, worked with the municipality and their legal team to ensure that we can successfully initiate this work and ensuring that there is no compromise to the ongoing litigation as well.
So, in short, the answer is yes. This happens. This happens before
It has
with
happened.
BP or.
It has happened.
Okay.
Mr. Starr?
Have you been briefed on sort of how we got into lawsuits? Are you familiar with the history?
Yes, I wouldn't say I'm intimately familiar, but I am familiar.
Well, I'm pretty familiar. It wasn't a good experience. The reason you're here is because you got to bail us out. A lot of the folks that were there are now part of CH2M Hill because you bought VECO. My challenge is just some of that conversation is that I don't want to exclude good people because they used to work for VECO or on the port in 2006. Is that been communicated to you that sort of those folks that are in litigation are not allowed to participate? We've got a list of names on that, but what are you saying and what are you telling your folks and how to handle that?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, there's
Absolutely what?
We are aware of that. There is only one individual from VECO remaining that worked on the previous work. And they have not been involved in any of the work prior to today on that, and will not be involved going forward. They haven't been named in our proposal as well.
How about subcontractors that would also be party to that? I mean, we don't have a lot of that size contractors, so it's likely you'll come across some of those folks again that are also ensnared in this litigation with that. How will you handle that?
Well, we have 3 named sub-consultants that we would be utilizing as a part of our work as the program manager, construction manager. Any other contracts for design or for construction would not be done under our contract. That would be done under a municipality contract. They would not be directly contracted through us.
I think we have conflicting language in the contract that says that, that they have the authorization and the reporting function goes to CH2M Hill. Is that right?
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, what Ms. Jones has said is correct, that they will not be responsible for those contracts. They will be helping us and helping the municipality determine the acquisition method for those, and then the municipality will actually be issuing those type of contracts.
All of them?
Not all of them, the major construction contracts, the design contracts.
So the project manager is going to get $40,000 a month to do what? Are we responsible for that then, or am I missing the point here? I mean, if we sign a contract and it's a direct report to the municipality, what are they going to do?
Through the chair, again, my name's Todd Coles. I'm the ports engineer. Traditionally, the project management consultant is the owner's agent in interfacing with the designer of record and the builder. That may be individually if it's a design bid build arrangement, or if the designer and builder are joined as a design build arrangement. So those contracts are executed directly with the municipality for the designer of record and or builder. CH2M Hill will be our agent in helping us manage and coordinate that work, both during the design phase and the construction phase. They are not contracting for those services.
I left the contract on my desk, but it talks about the subcontracting portion of it as a direct report to the PMC.
Now, the PMC may have subcontractors that work for them to do the services of project management and construction management, such as HDR, and there were others identified in the proposal for certain activities.
All right. Well, I guess the point was the understanding of how we got to where we are is helpful for you to know. And I think that's where I come back with the pulse. I was here. I take some responsibility that didn't go well because I may not have asked the right questions. So I hope that you can refresh. It shouldn't be a legal standoff position that you can't get involved. I would want you to be involved because it's kind of all of our problem. So help us get out of it. I have other closing comments. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Johnston.
Thank you. I think we're going to move on to others. Thank you very much for coming up. I have a question to the administration. I'd like you to just briefly explain the task order process. It's in the master agreement, but I would like you to verbally explain how that's handled and how we've talked about it in this AM and how it's in the master agreement.
Ron, if you go ahead and start off, and then Bob Owens will finish up.
Through the chair, Ms. Johnston, thank you for the opportunity to explain that process, because I believe there is some understanding or misunderstanding about how the process works. As Ms. Jones has said earlier, this is a task order-based contract, and the way that the contractor is compensated is the administration, particularly the port, will issue a statement of work to the contractor, ask them for a proposal on how they will perform that. We will then get a proposal back from the contractor. That proposal will be based on the rates and the terms and conditions of the contract. It could either be a firm fixed price, or in some vernacular, a lump sum type of contract, or it may be a cost type of contract of some method, typically referred to as a not to exceed. The administration will then negotiate with CH2M Hill the basis of that task order. And then based on that negotiation, we will award a task order for the contractor to start work. That task order will, as I said, be either based on a lump sum or a cost type. It will establish the deliverables based on the scope of work that we have, and it will establish milestones about when CH2M Hill will perform those tasks and provide those deliverables to us. Are there
And those task orders, the report of those task orders will be coming to the Assembly every 30 days. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you. I have another question of the administration, just to be on the record. If you could say how many other firms that we have contracts with that we are currently in litigation.
Bob Owens will answer that one.
Mr. Wheeler is asking for the floor.
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Johnston, I'm going to change your question just a little bit to focus on not on what's currently open, but what we've had experience with most recently.
Thank you. Yes.
I don't know that we have anything currently, but we have in the recent past had litigation ongoing with numerous construction contractors and services related to that, while at the same time contracting with them, including Shannon & Wilson, Pruse Construction, the Boutte Company, Hickle Construction. In addition, I've sampled some of our older material. We've had litigation with a number of different entities, including Chugach Electric Association, QAP, First National Bank. And if you look at contracts generally, we've had contracts and grant agreements with the state of Alaska and the United States and been in litigation with them at the same time. The same is true for the Anchorage School District. Many developers under subdivision agreements, entities we have leased to or from, and in addition to law firms who get waivers from us so that they can represent people before us at the same time they're doing work for us. So it's quite a broad spectrum, which is not atypical for an entity of our size.
Thank you. I have one last question for, and this isn't for the administration. I was wondering if Mr. Lowry from TOTE would come up, please. You need to give your name.
Sure. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is George Lowry. I'm the Alaska Director for Total Motion Trailer Express.
And I asked you to write me an email of your current situation at the port. Could you, just for the record, could you explain what's happening with your berth?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Ladies and gentlemen, presently our company's struggling, I would say, just to maintain operations at the Port of Anchorage based on, you probably heard the siltation problems that have been going on in our berth in particular. I mean, we run a roll-on, roll-off operation. There's one place on the dock that we can tie our ship up to and operate and align 3 ramps that are constructed for operation. And in that area, the entire dock is generally dredged to minus 35 feet. In our area, we've been experiencing problems over the past few years. The Army Corps last year, in the last 2 years, dredged to minus 45 feet. Well, a few weeks ago, we had places right under the stern of our ship that were minus 26.9 feet, and that's measured at zero tide. If you figure the draft of our ship is 28 feet, and March 2nd, coming up here next week, I have a minus 4 tide during our operations. So you can imagine what that does to the potential of our company operating at the Port of Anchorage. And I would just say, in relation to what Ms. Johnson asked me, so I would urge that, you and the Assembly, expedite whatever's necessary to begin this reconstruction project, because any further delay seriously jeopardizes our ability to service the Port of Anchorage. And, it's been said by many people that the Port of Anchorage represents 90 to 95% of the cargo in the rail belt. Well, we service half of that. So, and like I said before, that's the only place in the dock we can tie up. And so it's my recommendation that we do something quickly. And I would say from a personal perspective, we support CH2M Hill and the abilities that we see. But I won't influence you, and I know you're our elected representatives, and I have every confidence that you ladies and gentlemen, do the right thing.
Thank you. I'll save my comments till after others have spoken.
Mr. Trombley?
Mr. Haddon, when you discuss the task-oriented nature of this, for the contract, you'll put out a task to CH2M Hill. They'll come back with a proposal saying that this is our schedule, this is what it's going to cost. What happens if if they say this will cost $1 million, but they're 75% of the way through and they've exhausted that $1 million? Is that just something that they have to suck up the loss, or do they get to tap into the remaining $29 million left on the contract over the 5 years? How does that work? Are they set to that dollar amount that they proposed?
Mr. Trombley, through the chair, please. It will depend on the type of task order that we negotiate with CH2M Hill. If we negotiate a lump sum task order, firm fixed price task order with CH2M Hill, then they are, in crude language, they are on the hook to perform that task order for that amount of money that we negotiated with them, regardless what it costs them.
Okay, so one of the things that I've noticed about this port is that it seems to continue to dump money into it, and not a whole lot gets done. What happens in the case where we've exhausted, we've given them tasks, they haven't met the deadlines, they haven't met the schedules, there's overruns? What happens if we exhaust that $30 million in 4 years? Is that possible?
Through the chair, Mr. Trombley, not to be flip, but almost anything is possible.
Sure.
But our plans at this point are to negotiate the majority of those task orders on a lump sum basis, where CH2M Hill is required to finish that work for the amount of money that we have negotiated with them. We will be very aggressively monitoring their schedule, monitoring the quality of work that they're performing to make sure that they meet those requirements.
So that's going to be the main task. You're going to do lump sum tasks. Is that 85%, 90% of the time? I mean, and I know you don't mean to be flippant that anything's possible, but we've put a lot of money into the port and we haven't got a whole lot back. That's why we are where we are. I just don't want to run into the situation where, hey, Assembly, can you bump up this contract another $2 or $3 million because we've exhausted the 30? I mean, anything's possible.
That is, Mr. Trombley, that is not the plan at this point.
Well, I know that's not the plan. The plan was never to dump this much money into the port in the first place. But can you give me a percentage of lump sum tasks, saying 30%, 40%, 100%, 95%?
Cannot give you a percentage. I wish I could. Those are going to be task order specific. But the plan is that, and I will use the word majority, the majority of the task will be lump sum, and it depends really on what the task is. Because there are some tasks that lend themselves to lump sum firm fixed price orders. There are some tasks where if you can't define it very well, then you're going to end up with a cost type. But our plan is to do our best to define those tasks sufficiently so they can be lump sum.
And what team exactly is going to be giving them the tasks?
This will be the port.
The port itself?
Yes, sir.
With coordination of the Assembly, I'm assuming the Enterprise Committee, Ms. Johnston?
Yes, we will be getting monthly updates, and we'll be getting monthly reports of the task orders. So we actually, I mean, we're almost being onerous in our oversight of this whole operation, but I think we need to be.
Right, and I know that I've read through the contract, and I know that there's a dispute section. What happens if the port is in dispute with the Assembly on a particular route that the port wants to
We're
take?
the appropriators.
So we can tell them, no, don't do that particular project without the technical expertise? I've never built the port. It's going to be interesting to see. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, may I just interject?
Yes,
just to clarify
Mr.
a point. As you've been briefed, there is a oversight steering committee on the administration's behalf, and that oversight steering committee is the committee that basically will either sanction or not, or ask them to go back to the drawing board and revise or rescope each task. So a task will not be issued until the Oversight Steering Committee allows it to be issued. And again, that steering committee has an awful lot of folks that will be sitting on it, looking at it from about all the different areas that you can think of with the expertise necessary to validate that task order. And so even though the port will be working with, the port engineer will be working with the contractor and primarily this contractor, CH2M Hill, but the bottom line is, before that task order is issued, the steering committee will approve it, and that steering committee meets once a week. And on the steering committee is certainly the purchasing director, the port engineer, the attorney's office is represented, the project management team that's contracted representing us is on it, as well as a project manager from PM&E and the director of PM&E, all sit on that. So that's who sits on that committee.
And Mr. Vacalis, what happens if there's a dispute between the direction that CH2M Hill wants to go and this committee wants to go? What's the mechanism for a resolution?
So I think you're asking me two questions. One is, there won't be a dispute regarding issuing or non-issuing a task order, because the task order won't be issued unless we're satisfied with what we're getting for the task order. Now, if a task order is issued and the work performed is not satisfactory, or they come back and say, wait a minute, we need to do this, we need to do that. Well, that wasn't, a requirement when we negotiated. And if we get to a standstill at that point, then we have several areas that we can fall on. One is a dispute resolution board, where basically you have peers that are working for the municipality that takes a look at the contract and also the controversy, if there is one, and they basically make a recommendation. And normally when you go through that process, it works quite well because it is a process of peers. And if peers feel that the contractor in this particular case has not adequately addressed the task order, then basically it certainly does lead credence to the fact that maybe they did something wrong. But if in fact that is the case, there are other methods of resolution as well. But remember, we're not going to issue a task order unless we're very, very satisfied that we're getting what we want for the price we think is reasonable.
Sure. And in that dispute arena that you just outlined, the possibility, as members of CH2M Hill come forward to hammer out this dispute in some sort of agreement, are we paying for their time in that dispute, during that dispute?
No. They're getting paid for the task order that we issued, and that's it. Any other thing, it's on them.
All right. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Starr.
I'll just do final comments. I generally go through in a very thorough nature, and I don't think this is any different, whatever comes in front of me, whether it be budgets or contracts, labor agreements or whatever. That's sort of my history, and I don't do it in an overtly belligerent way, although sometimes that appears that way. So that's my disclaimer for rudeness to whoever I may have irritated through the process on how I deliberate amongst myself. I don't disagree that something needs to be done. And I think that we've all had an interest, and on my watch, something has been done, and it hasn't gone very well. So my overtly nature is to be very, very cautious that we don't repeat it again, because we're getting tenuous in Juneau money, we're getting tenuous in people that are wore out, we're wearing out our contractors, and our reputation of doing good work isn't typical to what we've seen Alaska be able to do. I want this to happen more than anything. I have a logistics background. I know when a good facility works well, everybody wins. We get revenues from the throughput, the producers get their products through there, and the consumer has lower product costs because it's more efficient. We're seeing big growth in that, but it doesn't necessarily mean in the logistics market we're seeing big growth. Sportsman's Warehouse started it. Now you've got Cabela's, Bass Pro Shops, Fred Meyer's, Walmart. They're all coming up here, but the mechanism has changed. We have seen roll-off, roll-on less containerized unpacking and repacking. It's store direct. Go to Walmart, watch them unpack one of these things. They're labeled with the store shelf right on them, unboxed. This is how fast the market's moving. 8 or 10 years ago, we talked about a Japanese cargo ship. Didn't happen. We were supposed to have 4 cruise ships oftentimes a week moving through the port. I don't think we saw one last summer, maybe one. The model that we initially designed the port under isn't applicable to today for a lot of different reasons, some of which I just mentioned. We also have to put budget constraints to this. The ability to just spend and expect the federal government to bail us out is gone. The ability for Juneau to say this is important to us is closing. Our ability to convince the user groups that would come to us and say continue to pay rent, I think we're starting to wear some of them out. We have competition across the inlet. The market's changed. I talked with Mr. Parrott today. He's a little higher up in Tote. He's very concerned. He wants something to happen too. I get that, but past practice hasn't had a success, and I think it's flawed, this one in particular. Not that the folks that are engaging in the concept are flawed. I don't want to influence that. But the master agreement doesn't look drastically different than what caused the problem before. And I say that because the master agreement to CH2M Hill, I think they get paid if they perform or not. And I know you've said that the Oversight Committee is going to kick into that, and I'm glad Mr. Trombley brought up the resolution items, but the first subcontractor that doesn't perform sort of starts this. And then we start to go, no, it was his fault, it was bad design, it was this. In this shell game created through the task force ordering, I don't see it any different. I see us having a fall down on the overall product as soon as we see a couple subcontractors fail either through poor performance, poor design, or that. The oversight mechanisms are lacking as it relates to the master contract. It's a faith-based contract. It talks about things like trust and all the other things. There's no measurable performance measurements for CH2M Hill to perform, and they get paid no matter what. And I don't disagree that their performance is probably not going to be subject to their lack of competence, but I think it's a big animal to happen. It's not brand new construction. A lot of it has to be undone. Benchmarks and timeframes aren't clear in the master agreement. Will they be developed? Absolutely. But the problem is I can't see that now. I see no development performance benchmarks to evaluate whether CH2M Hill is performing. You say you'll bring it. I would have liked to seen it before. Honestly, I think we should have done better. Finally, this is going to be very expensive. And I say this agreement is going to be very expensive. 4 employees, $40,000 a month billing rates on some of them. The overall is, if you bring even the first 10 on, 4 HDRs and 6 CH2M Hills, you get almost $6 million. It's about $450,000 a month just in those labors. As soon as you bring that project manager on, his billing rates in Section C of the contract are $41,000 a month. I understand companies have to make money, but we're on the hook to pay. I don't know what to do, but I would rather see front side discussions on what the port's supposed to look like when we're done. I don't know of one. I have not seen that. I've been here for 7 years. I know what we thought it was going to look like when it was built, but I don't know what it's supposed to look like when we're done. I've already asked some hard questions. Why are we emphasis on the north? Why are we pulling all that heavy labor forward into the first phase? Phase 2 finally gets to the user groups that spoke to their concerns. Well, 2 days ago the contract got changed. That clause was softened and changed, a little bit more flexible. I appreciate that. I would like to see performance benchmarks. I would like to see the accountability to CH2M Hill before I issue the contract. If we can work on it some more, I'll be a yes vote. Tonight, I'm a no. Thank you.
Mr. Horniman?
Thank you. I said here, it was either last meeting or the meeting before, we talked about a contract with Mr. Earnhardt after he left employment in the municipality to continue on with his professional services. If I'm not mistaken, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Wheeler, but his billable hours are somewhere north of $300. Is that right? 200, 250, something like that. And I asked what he made when he was working for the municipality and doing pretty much the same services, and it was significantly less than that. So I guess that's my challenge. And if it's correct in item C, on page C, paragraph C, end of the contract, my math at $40,000 a month is about $480,000 a year. That's $500,000 out of the $6 million on a project manager. And I'm wondering if PM&E is going to be at the table. Couldn't we just hire somebody, or could we get somebody with the talent or skills that HDR or CH2M Health has to work directly for the city? And of course, we'd assume a medical benefit and perhaps contribute to their retirement. We had comments about that earlier. But my concern is along the line of what Mr. Starr says. We've had a, let's pick a lane. We're not even in a lane. We don't know what we're getting. We're asking someone to come in and give us their expertise, and I heard a ton of it. I heard a ton of experience coming to the port through the contract. But what are we expecting of the group to help us sit at the table with the port engineer and this oversight committee and basically say, do we get a design build? That means they bring in their own engineering firm with even more money associated to it to debate now. And then as to this oversight committee, I guess I'm thinking it's probably not a bad idea to argue amongst ourselves first before we get in there and then start saying, well, no, that's not what we wanted, so let's change it. Every change order, as we know, with government, it's replete with boondoggles because we keep changing it up in the middle of the stream. So pick a lane, let's get to it. And yes, I agree. I mean, I appreciate it, the tote representative talking about his concerns, and they're immediate, and they are. And I have to say, I came into the assembly with this in our lap and basically a concern, and we met fairly regularly, 4 to 6 weeks, every 4 to 6 weeks, and we got briefed, Mr. Municipal Manager, we got briefed, and what did we end up with? So veracity is a problematic. My concern, and I'm not concerned with CH2ML or HDR. I'm not trying to say that. They haven't even got to the table here with it. But it is, you know, people that I represent, the people who have been talking to me about these open-ended contracts, you know, we just don't know what we're going to get for the money. And I guess part of it is this task order thing. They get nothing if we don't task them. And we can let them go as an at-will. So I guess that gives me some reassurance. But
Ms. Johnston?
Well, there's been a lot of good points brought up tonight, and we all know the history, and we all know the legal conflict. When I first looked at this proposal, I didn't know how I was going to vote. Emotionally, when you know the history and you know the conflict, the first thing you want to do is maybe get sick. But then you have to work your way through the rest of it. I know that during the work sessions we've had many questions where some assembly members are looking at it either as the immediate future and the personalities that are sitting in this room right now and how it's managed. And others, I think in their line of questionings, have been thinking, well, with a new administration and a different assembly, what does that look like? What we've tried to do with this AM that we worked out with the administration, and the administration it's had many changes since it first came to us, is that I thought it was very important that we had the tools that it didn't matter who was sitting in this room and what the politics are, because we never know what the politics are from one April to another, or it might be from one November to another. We don't know the politics. But we have to make sure that whoever has the public policy spot, that they have the tools to manage this so it doesn't flip like it did before. There's been suggestions, and tonight again there's suggestions of doing it locally. Well, we did have a project manager on the port, and it was a federal agency, and we all know that it was very lacking in project management. We also know that there was a lot of local involvement, and I, for one, can't go down that road again. I think we really need the experience and the professional help that have worldwide professional help, because a lot of smart people in this room and a lot of smart people in this community. But I think we need somebody that takes the full view of this port and works with the stakeholders, and whoever is sitting in this body, whatever the politics are, take on the responsibility of managing this project, because this port is important to the stakeholders, it's important to this community, and it's important to the state. And whoever is doing it, if they don't remember that and if they don't take responsibility, then, and we go down the road again, it will be bad. But we didn't have any of this in place before. We had absolutely none of this. We had no accountability. We had a master agreement with a federal agency that gave us all the liability and absolutely no say. This has been a complete turnaround. Are we uneasy? Yes, because of the history. But I think we have to step up to the plate. I think we have to look at our stakeholders, we have to look at the municipality, and we have to look to the state. And I urge a yes vote.
Mr. Birch?
I'll be speaking in support of this award as well. I think we're all familiar with the background. I think we had some challenges. We went to a work session to address some of the concerns that the members had voiced, sent the contract back to the bid review committee. The bid review committee did as they are tasked to do, is they've reviewed the process, the award process, and made a recommendation that this body support this contract award. A large component of this is actually in the permitting and permit management, and I think that should not be understated here. That is not just a throwaway. That's a very significant piece of this work, and I think it's unfortunate, but that's just that's the reality of where we are. But I think this administration needs to be given a crack at this. I think, as has been pointed out before, we've come a long way. Obviously, CH2M Hills, world-class, eminently capable contractor, good, qualified, locally sourced people, and bringing in the expertise necessary to make this project successful. But I think we do need to move on this, and I would urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Ms. Dembowski?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Birch kind of stole my thunder a little bit because I wanted to talk a little bit about the permitting. So if I can ask Mr. Haddon a couple of questions. A big part of this, Mr. Haddon, that we were looking at, somebody had mentioned a lot of the permits were due to expire or soon to be expired or are expired. Can you talk to me a little bit about the permitting that's required and what type of process that looks like?
Yes, through the chair. There's actually quite a hierarchy of permits, but foremost in that is re-engaging the Corps of Engineers in their regulatory capacity to authorize dredging and disposal associated with the project. Whichever direction we go, we know there's going to be some of that, and we have met our permitted quantities for that up to this date, and I believe that permit does expire in August of either this year or next year. I'd have to confirm that. But it is coming up, and so that is a key element for this team that we're bringing on here to engage on our behalf. Beyond the Corps of Engineers, obviously you interface with other federal agencies, National Marine Fisheries Service for marine mammal protection during the work. We have our own local permitting that we have to engage at the Building Safety Department, Planning Department, and perhaps others. So there's a multiple layers of permitting, has to really be re-engaged completely because we know the scope of this project's changed dramatically. So it really does reset the button on that, and there's a fair amount of work involved.
Okay, and to follow up, just to prepare you, I have a few questions. The firewall, it was alluded to again today about VECO, and now CH2M Hill has taken over VECO. So there's a lot of concern about us engaging in a contractor in which we have litigation. Can someone speak to me a little bit about the firewall that's been instituted in order to protect the city with that pending litigation?
Thank you. Through the chair, Bob Owens with the Law Department. Can you hear me? Fundamentally, the litigation teams involved with the case have conferred and reached agreement that is intended to distinguish and separate the litigation aspects from the project while preserving each party's ability to vigorously defend their interests in litigation. Fundamentally, that means that a key part of any litigation is an exchange of records. It's the discovery process. What we've established is an agreement that if in the course of doing this work, any records are exchanged that would not have otherwise occurred in the course of discovery, there's an obligation by CH2 to return those to us and not use them in litigation. They have to educate their people about that. In addition, the strategic posturing for the trial is they've agreed that they will not stand in front of the court and contend that they really can't be faulted for past behavior because we went ahead and hired them anyway. So the effect of this contract is not to be used in any sense in the litigation. And those are the key ones. There's one other aspect that presently is escaping me, but it's all designed to reinforce what are fundamentally the professional rules of conduct anyway, but reiterated and confirmed in the contract.
I appreciate that. Mr. Owen, I know we've had these discussions, but I'm essentially doing this on the public record, so the public, those watching at home, have an opportunity to understand what we know to be true. Additionally, to the administration, whoever wants to jump in here, my understanding of this project is it's for project administration, but it's also for planning and design of what path we take forward. So a lot of the consternation is we don't exactly know what it's going to look like. That's kind of the point of this contract, is to help us establish what the design is, oversight control of construction and design. Is that correct?
If I could go ahead and respond to that. We're asking for the professional services of CH2M Hill to do an awful lot of things. One of those is, as you know, we have several options that were presented to us on a previous contract that was entered into by the Corps of Engineers to give us some ideas as to how we could basically design the port and take care of some of the concerns that was raised during all the investigations. So what would really occur is that CH2M Hill would work with us and they would explore other possibilities. There is another possibility that was not fully vetted or researched during the original look. And the other one may, in fact, work out to be a lot more conducive to our two major carriers, because it would not require them to move, one of them to move to the north end. And it would not require a new dock at the newly created north end. And so that would save some money. So what we're asking them to do is to look at what has been presented already, but to look at this new and explore this new idea and to see if it's feasible and if it's also constructible. And with that, they would help us prepare the documentation if we agree that that's the way forward. They would help us prepare the documentation to put out on the street to hire, for us, the city, to hire a designer of record to basically design what we think is the way forward. So that's how they would be involved in that piece.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Vacalis. And Mr. Wheeler, this one will be to you, though I've asked this question on the record before. I'd like to put it on the record again. If, in fact, this is denied tonight by this body, have we opened ourselves up for exposure associated with the costs that CH2ML has put forward putting this proposal together?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Wheeler, would you give me just a moment? We've got a little piece of business. Mr. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've been debating this over an hour, and it's really great debate, but the code requires that debate is limited to 1 hour, so I make a motion that we extend the debate by 15 minutes, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Okay. Any objection? Hearing none. Mr. Wheeler?
So I need to keep my answer to 15 minutes?
No, sir.
If you're an attorney, you get 3.
A lot less.
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Demboski, as I've said before, the answer is yes, to the extent that to the extent that the body may choose to start over and is unable to articulate on the record solid reasons for that. There could be an allegation that your decision is arbitrary and capricious, which may require us to reimburse proposers for the costs. It is a risk. I can't quantify it at this point, but it is a risk.
Thank you, Mr. Wheeler. I would second that, Mr. Starr. I'm just kidding. As I listened to a lot of the discussion, when this first came before us, I was very hesitant. I actually was considering voting no. And because you had to prove to me a lot of the hurdles that I had to overcome, I was very concerned about the litigation piece. I was concerned about the cost. I was concerned about the oversight. I've done my homework. I've spent hours researching this and talking with Mr. Haddon and others that were involved in the process in order to award this contract. And I am confident that that was a fair process and that truly, in the city's interest, the best entity won the award or the potential to win the award. The bid review board has come back since and affirmed that award of that bid. So that aside, I'm confident in the firewall that Mr. Owens described. I think that will protect the citizens of this community and the municipality at general. But, beyond that, what I see with the Port of Anchorage, it was something that Ms. Johnston alluded to, and it was politics. And as we move forward in a project like this, we're talking hundreds of millions of dollars, not just important to Tote or any of the other customers down there, but not just to the citizens of our community, but to the state. This is a huge project that needs professional oversight, needs to take some of the politics out of it, and it needs somebody who will maintain consistency and ensure this project can complete. So for those reasons, I will support this amendment. But, some of the things that I heard Mr. Honeman say, I totally get where you're coming from on the contract length. And I have a little different take. I look at it a little differently than labor contracts. Labor contracts at 3 years, I can see one administration wanting a bite at the apple in order to negotiate their own contracts. But when we're talking about the Port of Anchorage, hundreds of millions of dollars of a project that has all this regulatory oversight, lots of moving pieces, I think we want consistency. I don't think I want to see the next mayor come in next year and throw a huge monkey wrench and say, oh, no, forget all the millions and millions of dollars we spent. We're going to do it this way now. I would rather this body institute fail-safes, whether it's, monthly meetings with the Enterprise Committee, which I think 8 of us are on now. I think that is one mechanism that Ms. Johnston talks about that is a good thing. But I personally am not interested in just saying, oh, well, this contract, it's no good. Let's deal with it in a year. I heard what one of our major customers said at the port. He doesn't have a year to wait. Their boats, already they're sitting on a sandbar. That's a problem. When the tide comes in, when the tide goes out, if they have to ship their boats out there and make them sit and wait for a tide before they can come back in to offload, all it's going to do is increase their cost, which in turn increases the cost to every one of us as consumers. So I know Mr. Trinidad's looking at me. I don't have 15 minutes, so I will wrap this up. So just in general, I think this is a great opportunity for us to set the parameters for a long-term solution that will create stability. So because of that, I will support this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the body for indulging me.
Thank you. I have 4 people in the queue, so I'm asking for brevity. Please, Mr. Traney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll keep it brief. I was not going to vote for this when it was given to us the first time. But this second AM, the A version, gives me what I wanted to see in here. And when I've got our shippers coming in here and saying their ship may ground on a minus tide, we can't have that happen in Anchorage. This is a regional port for the state of Alaska. It needs to be done. And I was on the body when Mayor Wirch said, I've got MIRAD to develop this project. That never happened correctly. And we've had a lot of mayors since then. And you're right, Amy. We've got to make sure that regardless of who the administration is, regardless of who the assembly is, we have consistency. Because this port's got to be viable. Every couple of days a ship comes in. And everything we take for granted on the shelves in this town, Mr. Starr is correct. They're already marked as to what bin the items are going into. And we've got to make sure those ships are never where they can't land in the Port of Anchorage, because our constituents demand those goods to be there when they go to the store. So I'll be voting yes on this, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Johnston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In my motion for approval, I also forgot that I had 2 amendments I needed to make.
Please make them.
On line 37, where it says the committee, I'd like to add the word enterprise.
Second.
So it's the Enterprise Committee. And on line 10, again, it says the administration work cooperatively with the committee. I would like to add the word enterprise.
Second.
So the enterprise committee. Thank you.
Motion and a second on an amendment. Any discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, please vote. Mr. Flynn's not voting on this. Motion passes 10 in favor and one that is excused. Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be brief. Having been a ship driver, having been a port captain, having been in most ports up and down the East Coast, Gulf of Mexico, and a good number of them in Alaska, there's nothing worse to a ship driver than coming into a port and not knowing where the obstructions are, not knowing whether it got cleaned up after last time when something went off the deck. We need to have a port that's safe. We need to have a port that's functional. It drove me absolutely nuts as a civilian, seeing our last effort unfold. And in my mind, it's management, it's supervision, it's due diligence. We need to be involved. We need to not let it get out of hand, and we need to get it done. And I'll be a yes vote.
Thank you. Mr. Honeman?
I'll pass. I've already made comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Gray Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, I really appreciate everyone's comment, and we have done our due diligence. And at this point, I feel quite comfortable approving this contract and moving on so we can get the port done once and for all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mayor Sullivan?
Yes, thank you, and appreciate all the body's comments. So there's been a good process, and we've tried to be sensitive to some of the good suggestions that have come forward on this process. When we came into office 4.5 years ago, literally the first thing on our plate was something's gone wrong at the port. The construction project is going sideways, and I've spent the last 4.5 years literally making it my mission that we would turn this thing around and put forward a project that is going to serve the needs of our customers today and customers of the future with a port that's affordable and with good management. And we've made that commitment from day one. We have looked at who's responsible, but you can look backwards forever. What's more important is to look forward and how do you fix the problem? What's the best path forward? We are absolutely committed to hiring the best people for this job, applying the best management practices, and doing the best we can to make this a success because it's important for all of Alaska. So I appreciate the body's support of this, and it's time to take that big step forward and move in a positive direction because we have been mired in the sand on this for 4.5 years, and we've done an awful lot of work to get to this point, and it's time for that work to be rewarded, and let's start a project. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I want to ask everyone to please vote on this item as amended. Ms. Gray Jackson? That motion carries 9 in favor, 1 no, and 1
Chairman, move for
recused.
immediate reconsideration, urge a no vote.
Second.
We've got a motion for immediate reconsideration, urging a no vote. Please vote. That motion carries 10 in favor, 1 recused. We now have before us item 11B, AR number 14, a resolution revising the approved 2014 General Government Capital Improvement Budget Program. I need a motion. Okay. Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Wait. Yes, Mr. Flynn.
I'll vote yes on the motion, please.
Thank you. The clerk has me on pause, but we'll put you down as a yes when she releases. Jennifer?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move the S version.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion to second to approve the S version. Please vote. Mr. Flynn?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously. We have before us item 11C, AR number 276, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly establishing municipality policy guidelines and direction for collective bargaining and contract negotiations.
Mr. Chairman, I move to postpone the action till May 6th.
Second.
We've got a motion to postpone to May 6th and a second. Anyone object? Mr. Flynn?
No objection, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. That will be rescheduled to May 6th. We have before us item 11D, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly modifying and approving of the regulations in policy AG 38.
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
That motion is postponed indefinitely. Yes. Pardon? Yes. Any objection to that? Motion is postponed indefinitely. We have before us item 11E, AO2S, an ordinance to the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 2.30, Rules of Procedure for Assembly. Item is before us for action. We've got Mr. Trainee, and second Demboski. Mr. Trombley.
Mr. Trainee, at the work session, Mr. Flynn had come up to both of us and he had mentioned that there's a possibility under this, because of what Mr. Wheeler said, there's no relief mechanism. If we do get into the situation where we have to get something on the ballot, school bonds, for example, and it's at the very last meeting, but the House is packed for people who say don't want a school bond on the ballot, there's no relief mechanism for us to actually take action on that item if a sign-up list is instituted. Have you looked at any sort of remedy for that? And it may happen once every 5 years, but when it does, it could be explosive.
Then we would probably be at about 11 o'clock at night or 10:30. Just extend to midnight, and you can get that many people through. All the years I've been,
Are you sure?
Adam, as many years as I've been on the body, we've never had that incident happen to us.
Okay.
That doesn't mean it couldn't happen, but who knows? I mean, we hit that asteroid too. It's not likely to happen.
Okay.
Ms. Johnston.
Mr. Trombley, I just handed out a proposed amendment covering that issue. And the text of the amendment says, in Section 8, notwithstanding subsection E of this section, the Assembly may close a public hearing, 1, in order to meet a deadline imposed by law, or 2, if necessary to pass a budget or appropriation item which is, in the sole discretion of the Assembly, time sensitive.
Is that a motion?
That is a motion.
Second.
Discussion on that motion. Mr. Starr, are you in? Okay, thank you. Discussion on that motion.
Mr. Chairman, I think I'm in your queue.
Yes, you are, Mr. Trainee.
It just doesn't have a time limit, Ms. Johnston. As I read this, necessary to pass a budget or appropriation item. What if the body felt that they needed to stop the testimony at 9 o'clock at night? because they were tired. I mean, there's always some scenario you can come up with, but we've never had a problem on this body with testimony be so jammed we can't get done with the item in front of us.
Okay. Anybody on this item? Ms. Dembowski?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just say, I had articulated two concerns about within the ordinance, and I think with this amendment, Assemblymember Johnston has addressed that, because I was concerned about the time constraint as well. And, I would be willing, I was going to go a different route, but I think Jennifer's is probably a direction I would be comfortable with. So I support the amendment. Thank you for bringing it forward, Jennifer.
Anyone else to comment? Seeing none, please vote on the amendment. Mr. Flynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd be asked to allow to abstain. I have not seen a copy of the amendment, and I heard the verbal.
I will respect that, Mr. Flynn.
Thank you.
We have 9 yes, 1 no, and 1 abstention. Mr. Starr, you are in the queue.
I wasn't at the work session. I was on the Iron Dog Trail. But I guess to the maker of either one here, the requirement to put the S version on a publicly noticed website alludes to me that it has to be done prior to the start of the meeting. Is that, do we get to upload stuff during the meeting? Or what's your intention here on that? I mean, we saw a couple S version stuff tonight. I think one of them made it to the actual posting online, and the other one was just sort of laid on the table. So how do you anticipate this being used when time is sensitive? Maybe something prepared today and brought as an S version.
Mr. Jackson, you want to deal with it? You want me to? Elby? Do you want me to answer him, or you want to? Just that it's going to require more work on our parts. We're going to have the S versions done ahead of time, and I would anticipate giving the clerk and having them post on the website. It may slow things down, Mr. Starr, but it's just a matter of doing our homework ahead of time, not the last minute trying to jam an S version through.
Well, I don't know if it's my intention to ever rush anything through. One of the other, in sort of the similar related item, is that as an S version gets prepared, it seems that you're inferring that the microphone opened back up, and I guess meaning that the public hearing reopens. Do I read that correctly?
I think you're going to have to if the S version is significantly different, because the people testified on the original version. They knew what they were talking about, but if you've got an S version, the public should be afforded the opportunity of commenting on the change in the S version.
Well, I guess the word that you use, significant, is to me, I mean, oftentimes I make motions, you've heard me do them, open the public testimony back up. I'm a firm believer of that, but oftentimes an S version is a result of the public testimony we've heard that says, please correct the legislation. And so the idea that we would have to wait another meeting to open up public testimony and duly notice a public hearing operation seems to make sense that you're going to slow it down, maybe perhaps needlessly. I mean, oftentimes an S version is generated because you heard good ideas why the microphone was open and you changed your mind.
Mr. Starr, we're only meeting by the bare minimums to the charter twice a month. There's no reason we can't meet the other Tuesdays in the month if we need to have the time.
Well, I mean, the other way we can do it on the floor, Mr. Trainee, which is...
You could do it by amendment, Mr.
Well, I was just going to say, and that's confusing to the public when we sort of spring them on folks. You know, I'm trying to telegraph budget amendments out 2 weeks ahead of time, and it works out. But, I think amendments are also another way that the public can be confused as to where we're headed. So I'm just a little cautious about that S version thing. I comply, I try to, but by the same token, if it's something that ought to make the agenda that night to be actioned on, I don't want to be called on a technicality that didn't make it on the website. That's hard for me to make sure it happens. It's a clerk's function. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr.
Mr. Birch.
Yeah, I'm troubled by the reopening the public hearing on S versions as well. I mean, what we have here is a public process and a public hearing process, and we invite the public in to hear, deliberate, and comment on the work of this body. It's presented posted, publicly available outside the meeting, but then action is taken and deliberation is taken by the body based in part on that testimony. And it seems like you could never get there from here because you're going to take testimony, make some changes, and then reopen testimony when those changes happen. And I guess I'm troubled by that as well. I think the objective here is to get as much information, to be in a receive mode here and get as much information as possible, and then deliberate, act, and engage. So I do think the change advanced by Ms. Johnson is constructive, but the provision on keeping the public hearing open every time you make an amendment or a revision. The S version by title can't change, right? I mean, the title has to be the same. So, it can't have a significant deviation from what's in the body. Thank you.
Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to thank Mr. Birch and Mr. Starr for your comment concerning public hearing and substitute ordinances. But if you look at page 3 of 5, line 31, it says, while the public hearing is open, a person may testify in the changes in the substitute version. So I think that amendment that we made through a lot of conversation during our work session takes care of your concerns. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Steele.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. This is common sense, trying to address concerns that we heard from numerous people, that we make substantial changes after we close the public hearing. And I think this is just a point where we have to use some common sense. And if we've made some substantive changes, then we need to ask folks to comment on it. I hope it won't slow us down. I hope we can work it into our business. But the bottom line is, if we change it, you're going to upset a lot of folks, and there might be some good conversation and some good testimony that says we did it wrong. And so, to me, like I said, we need to use some common sense in terms of definition of what's substantial and what's not, and we need to err on the side of public input.
Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I attended 2 of the public hearings held by our Citizens Task Force, and this was consistent theme on the people that came. They were really concerned about not being able to testify on the S version. As far as they were concerned, they were being locked out because it would take testimony on the main issue, make the change to S version, and that would pass without them ever being able to say how it affected their overall view of that ordinance. And Mr. Chairman, if I could call Mr. Barnett to talk to us. He's here, former colleague Jim Barnett. Jim, can you tell us, from your perspective of the committee, on the S version, why it was important to let the public testify on it? Good to have you back in the body, sir.
Thank you. I'll try not to come too often.
I've got a seat here.
Yeah, well, I haven't been elected to that seat, so I'll just stay here. Mr. Chairman, Jim Barnett, I served on the committee, and I'd just like to underscore, Mr. Starr and Mr. Birch, the comment that you made was, in fact, we attempted to address it, as Ms. Gray-Jackson said, with the change that you find on number 31. And the nuance here is, as long as the public hearing is still open, you haven't closed the public hearing, and you put an S version on, then you're essentially saying to the public, if you've got comments on the S version, then you get to speak again. But the point is, if you close the public hearing, and then an S version is produced, the hearing is closed. You don't have an obligation to reopen. You can if you want. That would be a decision of the body, 6 votes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Tucker.
Thank you, through the chair. I wanted to, I haven't seen the floor amendment, so I'm not addressing that, but it did come up in the work sessions about the posting. And so I also wanted to point out that in the discussion of that, changes were made so that the on the municipal website was removed because we recognized that in bringing items as described before the just now before the body, bringing items as laid on the table items, that the posting may be here at the chambers in hard copy as opposed to being on the website. So that was a clarification and one of the changes that was that's reflected. And that's reflected on line 11 of the same page, 3 of 5. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Starr.
No, I appreciate the clarity. I probably overreacted on my concerns, so thank you, Ms. Gray-Jackson. Those that spoke, I think I get it a little bit clearer now. I didn't before, but I'm more at ease. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dembowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say, though Mr. Trainee beats me, and I didn't publicly attend 2 of the meetings, I attended 1, but I watched more on TV. And I just want to say, you know, it really was yeoman's work watching the commission work. They really were deliberate. They were very thoughtful. They really talked out these issues, and it was impressive for me to watch. One of the things I was concerned about as we went forward, I wanted to make sure that this body could maintain control of our procedures so we could get things done. So I was really concerned about, you know, if we had time-sensitive things, how do we close it? If, you know, I just didn't want to see it become this huge circus where you could never get anything done, which sometimes happens anyway. But, you know, I said to Ms. Gray-Jackson earlier, you know, one of my other issues was how is it could it possibly be abused where people are constantly sending things in, okay, I want to sign up the list for that, I want to sign up the list for this. And though I couldn't attend the assembly work session on this, I did go back and I listened to it. And it was, I think my concerns were addressed in that too. And I think Mr. Potter said it, he can't imagine a time when somebody would actually do this, because even if you had a sign-up list and there was only 3 people on it, so you go through the sign-up list. So it might be a logistic things for the clerk, but my 2 concerns have been addressed, and I just wanted to thank not only the assembly members who participated in this, but the commission, because public involvement is one of my passions, and I think that's our job. And I think if we have good constructive criticism and guidelines, it'll help us all do a better job. So I just want to thank you all very, very much for your work on this, and I will be supporting it.
Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Ms. Dembowski, for your comments, and Mr. Starr also. I'm glad that we're finally at this point, because when the task force on public hearings was established, it was my hope that we wouldn't spend months and years on doing what is right for our community. And we have a really good document here, and thanks to our attorney for drafting it, and Mr. Wheeler for his participation, and again to the task force, all the members of the task force. And I also want to thank our chairman for establishing a rules committee, because having that committee in place really helped the task force move through the process once they had recommendations to present to the Assembly. So I'm grateful for that. I'm really thrilled about this, and just make sure that everybody understands what the new rules are. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you to please vote on the item, the ordinance as amended. Mr. Flynn?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously. And before we move on to the next item, as chair, I too want to extend a special appreciation to those of you here that served on that committee. That was a very difficult time for myself as chair. Contrary to popular belief, I was out there kind of drowning, trying to get direction. And my conclusion following that was we had to have a specific written protocol on how we handled our public testimony, and I think you've done an excellent job, and I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name's Bob Churchill, and I'm vice chair, and I was directed by a lady named Sturgeluski and Anvig to thank you at the end of this process, irrespective, but I know they'll be totally thrilled. And it was a pure pleasure of us to serve and the people we worked with. So thank you very, very much. It was one of the best processes I've ever been involved with.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you. We now have before us item 13A, number 73, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly dedicating certain municipal lands identified as parcel 006-401-03-000, Lot 1, Muldoon Estates, located at 1301 Muldoon Road for permanent public park and recreational purposes. Anyone to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, this item is before the body.
Move to approve.
Second.
Mr. Trombley?
Mr. Chairman, I just have one amendment to make, and that's on page 1, line 28. It's actually not the east side district plan, it's the East Anchorage district plan, so my motion is to cross out east side and put East Anchorage.
Second.
Mr. Starr?
Sorry, Mr. Trombley, that east side district plan is also in line 22, and I think you said 28. I didn't know if you wanted to.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I'll expand that amendment to line 22.
Second.
Okay. Mr. Starr? Okay.
No, not on the motion.
Okay. So we've had an amendment and a second. Please vote on the amendment. Mr. Flynn?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Starr?
Well, I'm appreciative of
That amendment carries unanimously.
I'm appreciative of local representation when it comes to matters such as this. I think this is why we have representatives elected by district, and we work the areas of our own prospective backyards pretty hard, whether that be Chugiak, Eagle River, or Klutna, or in this case, East Anchorage. And I drive that area. I'm attending a new church right there, and this whole corridor lacks for green space. And I believe that Mr. Trombley's out ahead of it on this one. And yes, there's the adherence to plans and Parks and Rec that has to weigh in and all that other stuff. But I think in this case, we're elected to lead, and I commend Mr. Trombley for stepping into it, and I urge approval. Thank you.
Mr. Wheeler?
Mr. Chairman, in the legal description at lines 37 through 40, we're going to have to make some kind of corrections because the legal description is not correct.
What would be the legal?
If the intent is to dedicate the entire acreage, you're looking at 6.9 acres, and there's lots 1, 2, and 3.
Right. What I'm going to do is hold this item and give you two a chance to get together. And while you're doing that, I'm going to move on to our other items. We'll come back to 13A. We have before us item 14A. Yes, Mr. Flynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to move to combine the public hearing on items 14A and 14B.
Second.
Okay. Any objection? Seeing, hearing none, we will combine the public testimony on 14A and 14B. And
Mr. Chairman, just for the information of the body, this is a couple of liquor licenses in one of the neighborhoods I represent, Mountain View, and there has been some concerns raised by the community council. I expect, hopefully, you have received written testimony regarding these, and the process that we have set in place in the legislation before you would allow for the neighborhood and the licensee to work together on some operating practices, presuming we approve these, that meet with their mutual concerns.
Okay.
So with that, I look forward to the commentary.
Thank you.
Can you move us on the screen to 14?
I'm going to read into the minutes 14A AR number 48, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional non-objection regarding conditional non-objection regarding the renewal of the package store liquor license 759 for liquor stores at USA North Inc. doing business as Brown Jug Mountain View, located at 119 Cleven Street, Anchorage, Alaska, for a period of 180 days to allow application and written confirmation of the conditional use permit for use involving sale of alcoholic beverages at this location. And we're also, the testimony will include item 14B, which is AR 49, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional non-objection regarding renewal of the package store liquor license 1561 for liquor stores US North Inc. doing business as Brown Jug West Mountain View, located at 131 South McGraw, Anchorage, Alaska, for a period of 180 days to allow application and written confirmation of the conditional use permit for use involving sale of alcoholic beverages. We will take testimony on both of these items. Anyone to testify? Anyone at all? Good evening.
Good evening. I submitted written testimony as well. I'm not sure if you all got that, so this might be a little redundant. My name's Diane Mead, and I'm the acting president for the Mountain View Community Council.
Okay.
Last summer, the Mountain View Community Council fielded a number of complaints about public inebriates in our neighborhood. These complaints included an area referred to as Party Central between Flower and Cleven, across from the Brown Jug, camps in Davis Park, drunks having sex and throwing up in front of the bus stop in front of Clark Middle School. It's kind of clear to us that this problem was escalating and that we need to do something about it. At our council meeting, we discussed the problem, and some of us felt that the Brown Jug stores might be contributing. Others felt they were a really responsible retailer. So we agreed to investigate the issue. The following week, started walking the area and saw hundreds of bottles, Brown Jug bags. They're almost exclusively low-cost shooters, 40s, Four Locos, stuff that you kind of see consumed by chronic inebriates a lot. Even saw a camp right behind the Brown Jug on Cleven. As a patron, I saw them sell alcohol to someone who I felt was clearly inebriated, couldn't hold change, smelled of alcohol. On another occasion, saw someone stumble into the store and stumble out with alcohol and go across the street where there'd been a lot of problems, and joined that group. It was clear that those stores were contributing to part of the problem. The following month, the APD CAP team got involved and started working with them to change the management, and things improved a little bit. It hasn't completely gone away, and my fear is that this summer we're going to have the same problems we had earlier. As operated now, I don't feel that the two stores are compatible with our neighborhood. I think we need to go through a conditional use process and figure out how we can make things work a little bit better. These stores are grandfathered in right now. They're close to Clark Middle School. They're close to a number of churches, and they're a block away from each other. So it makes it really easy for folks to kind of try one store and then try the other store to get alcohol illegally. Some recommendations that I think should be considered during the conditional use process would be prohibiting the stores from opening prior to 3 p.m. This would address the issues with the school and children interacting with inebriates. Like I said, the one is less than 200 feet from Clark Middle School, but it is grandfathered in. Another recommendation would be to require store-specific labeling. That way, when we do start seeing issues in our community, we can figure out where the alcohol is coming from. Can I have one more moment?
Yes, one more moment.
Also, to hire patrols for the 2 stores to help with some of the problems there. And then either eliminating or somehow addressing the kind of cheap alcohols that are sold there. And then also maintaining a video record for the community council to review.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Steele?
Yes, I just wanted to, I had talked to Mr. Flynn in this regard, and we have some examples of where we had tried to get a handle on activities like this of various package stores. We just did one for an operator in West Anchorage, and this is a little bit different than normal in that it's a conditional non.
Mr. Steele?
Yes.
May I ask, do you have a question of the individual that testified?
No, I have comment.
Okay, then that's during debate.
Sorry,
Thank you.
but I do still have things to say.
Anyone else to testify?
Good evening. My name is Ronald Leva, and I specifically would question Mr. Flynn's intent with this conditional use. Unfortunately, I was going to address that with a request for a public hearing because I went before Planning and Zoning to amend a conditional use because at the time of a granting of a conditional use to the Brother Francis Shelter, they put conditions on it. And Chairman Jones said, what the commission giveth, the commission can taketh away. That's not true. The commission has no authority to make any changes to a conditional use, and they have no authority in Title 21 to do that. And any comments from the Fairview Community Council on a conditional use, because we have a parallel situation with the 2 liquor zones, Spirits of Alaska and Cars, at one of the most troubled neighborhoods in the city, following the Brother Francis Shelter, at 13th and Gamble. They're not going to fool with that conditional use. It may go before the ABC board as violations, but having security, Cars had it. Having garbage pickup, they're not responsible. It goes on and on. The problem is, you talk about public hearings, you go through this big commission, I put in an appearance request, you don't get it. It takes me 9 hours per minute of testimony. That's how long I have to wait. And in a conditional use, that is a non-consent agenda item or a non-public hearing. So regardless what this president or acting president of the Fairview Community Council says, they have no opportunity to go before planning and zoning and testify to anything that regards this 180-day probationary period. So I'm perplexed here. What's the rule? What's the law? How do we get our input? She's spinning her wheels on dealing with a conditional use because you have no opportunity for public input, except an appearance request or Mr. Flynn trying to put in this resolution. But in my case, if there were 1,305 calls, and surely the spirit and intent of a conditional use is not to create that in a heavy industrial area, then there should be those modifications to the conditional use. Have them get a security guard. If there's calls 892 to Beans Cafe for a paramedic, require they have an EMT on site and require them to hire a professional garbage pickup for their impact on the entire neighborhood that's labeled brown jug liquor.
Okay.
If anyone has any questions, I'm going to stay to 11 to make a personal appearance because I have other important points to make.
Mr. Starr?
I just wanted to inform you, what's happened here in this one and the next one that we're going to vote on is a small sort of a quirk in the system, Ron, is that
It's major to me, Mr. Starr.
and I want to explain to you what we're trying to do, because your statement that you won't ever have a chance to put your comments in on the conditional use permit for these entities isn't in fact true. What happened was these entities were able to get their liquor license with the absence of the process to have a conditional use at all. There's a few anomalies like that in the system because they've been in business for quite some time. What Mr. Flynn is saying is that, hey, we have the renewal of their license in front of us right now. We're not going to protest that. But we're telling them that within 6 months they have to formally apply for a conditional use. And that will become a formal process. To get a conditional use permit approved, you do have a public hearing.
But if they have the liquor license now, and I remember when Fairview and Mountain View were dry, why would you require them to get a conditional use?
Because they don't have one. This entity right here that we're talking about does not have one.
But why would they need it?
You have to have a conditional use to vendor liquor. The location is specific to the vendoring of alcohol.
I think the courts are going to go the other direction on that.
I don't want to argue with you, Mr. Oliva. You'll
Well,
probably
no,
win.
I'm not arguing. I'm not a legal wit. Mr. Wheeler over there is the bright
Very
municipal
smart guy.
attorney.
So is Mr. Flynn. I think he's handling this right.
Well, I would disagree with you there, because if Mr. Flynn had 1,305 calls next to the Snow City Cafe, he would be doing something about it. But he isn't, is he? Mr. Starr.
Not going to comment, Mr.
Oh, you're not going to comment. Well,
How about
hey,
if
you
I
have a
not?
keen sense of the obvious, and you are brilliant also.
On the topic of this liquor license renewal, that's what I'm on.
I have no other questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else have a question?
No one else has a question.
I'll be back at the end of the agenda to make a public appearance on other issues, including Black History Month.
Anyone else to testify?
My name is Don Crandall. I'm a property owner and resident of Mountain View, and I just wanted to reiterate the concerns that our acting president, Diane Mead, expressed regarding the operation of these two liquor stores in our neighborhood. As was noted, both of these stores are within a block or two of Clark Middle School, and different from most neighborhoods, our children walk back and forth to school. And so in many ways, this is a safety issue for our children that are going back and forth to school. And there has been an increase in the amount of public inebriation in our neighborhood and in the commercial corridor there. And so would encourage the operators of these stores to cooperate with our community and work to try to find some solutions for this problem. We know the long-term solution is more treatment for people who have problems with alcohol, but there seem to be some things that can be done to help ameliorate the immediate problems that we're undergoing. We'd like to have our children be able to go to school without having to go through, step over or around or be harassed by people who are inebriated. It's not a good example for the kids. It's difficult for parents to know that their kids have to go through that. So we are hoping that during this conditional use process that perhaps that the owners of these businesses will be, curtail their sales. We'd like to have of certain cheaper liquors and small miniatures, and perhaps have the same restrictions that the liquor stores have for downtown and Government Hill. We think that's fair to those businesses downtown and Government Hill to not have, they shouldn't have to be under restrictions that other businesses aren't under. Just seems it should be a level playing field. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Horniman has a question for you.
Don, thanks for coming. You're a past president of the community council there in Mountain View, correct?
Yeah.
So to that extent, and I'm appreciative that you're kind of laying out the cards here. I'd encourage you to work with the operators. I know I recognize some from the company you're representing. That you sit down and talk about some realistic goals of what you're trying to get at, because it's my understanding, and of course I'm sure we can ask the representative. Brown Jug had the business over near, I don't want to mess up the streets, I'm sure Clevin or farther, and then right by the same mall where the Red Apple Market used to be, the old Safeway, and Pay Pack or Pay and Save. That was a private entity that they purchased, so it was a separate. It was like a competitor, if you will. So yeah, those businesses have been there for a lot of years, and as we know now that the conditional use process wasn't in place. So I just encourage you, level head guys and gals, to sit down and come up with some ideas and some solutions to some of the challenges that you're having, because I think that's the way you're going to win. It'll be a win-win for everybody.
Well, that's what we hope to do.
Thanks, Don.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Good evening.
Good evening. My name is O.C. Madden. I'm Director of Operations for Brown Jug. And I want to say, first of all, that I agree. There was an influx of inebriates into Mountain View this year. And I think that the primary reason for that was that the Inlet Inn was torn down. And as we've experienced, I'm sure long-term Anchorage residents will know that if you squeeze the public inebriate bubble in one part of town, it shows up in another, because there has never been an attempt to actually deal with the problem. One of the things that, that we did immediately when I became aware of community council concerns is we took our minimum price up on spirits to $14.99. And I did that without any intervention from the CAP team or speaking to anyone else. I made that decision on my own and just did it immediately. We reviewed our management staff independently and on our own, and we felt that we had a stronger manager in another store, so we swapped a couple of people around. We instituted training for our employees. We did a lot of work with mystery shoppers, sending people into the stores all the time, observing behavior that was going on while we weren't there, while management was not in the store. We increased our security patrols. We have loss prevention staff, and we increased that in the area as well. But more than that, I talked to people in the Mountain View area, and what I found was that the vast majority of people I spoke with did not share the same views with the very vocal group that I met at the community council meeting. As a result, I hired Mark Hellenthal to conduct a poll for me and to find out if that was true or not. I've just had that poll distributed to you, and 50.2% of the people that were polled who are registered voters in the Mountain View area, 75% of homeowners, but 50.2% were not in favor of additional government restrictions on liquor stores. Almost unanimously, 88% were in favor of greater accountability for public inebriates for crimes committed. And that's the one thing I've lacked. I haven't heard here. I've heard about inebriates committing crimes and inebriates causing problems for children and inebriates causing problems for property owners. But the one thing I haven't heard here tonight is some effort to make inebriates accountable for their own actions. We have a tool at our disposal in Alaska. It's called the Alcohol Restricted ID. And when we have offenders that have, some of which that we've had contact with, that have had 90 prior alcohol offenses, why would we not issue an alcohol restricted ID to that individual that would keep them from and prevent them from purchasing alcohol, period, in a liquor store? We have 100% carding in Anchorage. It completely stops them from being able to purchase alcohol. That's an agenda that's directed at the individual that's actually causing the problem. And we all know, you put pressure on what part of town, the problem, if there's no effort or agenda to actually address the issue with the problem offender, the problem's not going to get solved. So one more moment. The other thing is the 80%, 76% of the people that were polled actually favor this idea. Vast majority of people favor this idea.
Okay.
I've
got questions for you. Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, sir, for being here. Got a couple of questions for you. You're talking about the red stripe on the ID. The problem is the state law also states they can show a passport, which has no stripe on it.
The ability of a public inebriate to come up with the funds to get a passport is next to impossible. And I think I remember correctly when this body passed the 100% carding law, the reason they passed it was someone had the opinion that most public inebriates can't afford to get an ID. They lose it and they can't come up with the $10 to get one. And so in effect, having the 100% carding, that will prevent them from buying alcohol.
What we want to do is we've talked to some of the state legislators about changing the law
I think
So
it
the
can be
passport
done.
would not be valid.
I've worked with prosecutors on some of the people that we've had contact with to get this enacted, to have a red stripe placed on their ID. And it can be done. It takes work. And so I would ask this body just to go ahead and renew our licenses. I mean, we're responsible operators, and we have been for many years, without the need to go through this. And clearly the voters in Mountain View agree with me.
What is your standard on individuals that serve under 21-year-old? I'm looking at a ABC violation here dated February of 13. The individual doesn't go before court before April 22nd. Actually, they went in April of 13. So what's your policy for people serving under 21? Besides the court thing, what do you guys do as store owners to make sure they're never serving to under 21 again?
We've run over 6,000 in-house mystery shops since 2002 inside our stores. The policy is that if they fail to meet our criteria for checking ID, they're instantly terminated. And that's not just ABC stings, that's our internal shops. There's zero tolerance for any violation. Anyone, of course, that fails an ABC test is terminated immediately and trespassed from our store. But we have a set of internal mystery shoppers that go from store to store to store making purchases, and if they're not carded and that policy is not followed, they're instantly terminated. They walk to the parking lot, they get in their car, they call me, I call the store and fire the clerk instantly.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Ms. Johnston.
Yes, I'm curious. We did go through all this debate as far as the red stripe, and I was always mixed by it. And some of the downside was the thought that they could always use their old ID, that, you know, the old ID wasn't taken away, or they had other IDs that they could use, or they had somebody who would bring in, buy it for them with the ID. I just, you know, I'm kind of thrilled that you're supporting it because it means that you feel it could work.
Well, I think it gives the police a tool as well. If they pull up on a sidewalk and there's a bunch of inebriates drinking at a bus stop, they check everybody's ID, whether they have a red stripe or not. When they call in on that person, Mr. Holman can confirm this, but when they call in on that person, they will know this guy's red striped, he's in possession of alcohol, this is a criminal offense, he can be charged and dealt with. And then the penalty is assessed on the individual breaking the law. Penalties on businesses I don't think are as effective as on the criminal that's actually breaking the law.
Mr. Honeman.
Thank you, Mr. Manfred. I hear a little conflict. I hear that you're, of course, and it says here that we're not protesting your license for your renewal. But what it does say is with the condition that you'll meet within 6 months to work.
Right, and I think we heard some of the restrictions that they're seeking to place on my business. And I quite frankly, I don't feel they're necessary, and I don't think the voters feel they're necessary either, and that's why I did the poll.
Well, I looked at the poll briefly, and I get into the dial-in numbers, but there were a lot of don't knows, and that if you add in, I could, of course, you know, take them 50-50, and you probably end up with a net end result, but it could be either way. My concern is that as a business and as a good neighbor in the company and in that neighborhood, would you not be willing to sit down and meet with the community council or committee?
I have met with them, and I think I have taken effective steps. And again, we continue to fund Arbor to the tune of $5,000 a month to pick up alcohol-related garbage. And I have met with them, and I've been at their community council meetings. I've been available for questions and comments, and I've distributed my card and my email, and the only thing I get back is we want to close one of your stores, or we want to keep you closed until 3 or 4 or 5 in the afternoon, or we want you to take this product line off the shelf. There's, and overall I think we're doing a pretty good job, and I think the poll shows that.
I don't know if they've had any committee members of the community, like the little shooters that they were talking about, or the little, I guess, the cheap stuff. And I understand your reluctance. I mean, there are some restrictions on the downtown and Fairview stores, not just yours, but all of them, constrictions of liquor stores. You know, if they're seeing a propensity or number of that high number of those coming out, I don't know if they've tracked it back to any labels or anything from Brown Jug. I mean, it could be that they're getting it from somewhere else, I suppose, but is there any reluctance on your part to remove that type of product line then? Is that what you're saying?
You know, I think one of the things that, you know, again, going back to the poll and the people that I spoke to in Mountain View is that they don't like having the government tell them what they can and can't do. They don't like having the government tell them you have to buy a bottle that's 750 milliliters.
So, Mr. Madden, I don't want to debate with you, but these are neighbors in the community council. It's not government. I mean, it's a sanctioned federation and community councils in our charter, but these are neighbors. And you're in their neighborhood.
I agree with that. And that's one of the reasons that we fund Arbor and that we're out cleaning the streets and doing what we do. I mean, we're very active in that community, cleaning things up. And I think that if we used the alcohol restricted ID effectively, we wouldn't see these problems.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have no other questions. Anyone else? Anyone at all? You've already testified, sir.
You gave Mr. Madden extra
No,
time.
sir, you have testified. Thank you.
All right.
Anyone else? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public testimony is closed on 14A and 14B. Mr. Flynn, would you like to make a motion? No. Mr. Flynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move approval of item 14A.
We got a first and a second. Mr. Starr?
Well, Mr. Flynn, if you can hear me fine. If not, Ms. Tucker, if we don't approve this, does the renewal process start over, or are they in violation then based on the timing of the renewal process? I can't remember what we've done previous to this, to these two stores. The same answer where both would be helpful.
May I insert myself, Mr. Chairman?
Sure, Mr. Flynn.
Yes, you may, Mr. Flynn.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Starr, thank you for the question. Basically, should we not file our intent as the Assembly, then the assumption is we have no objection to renewal of the permit, and therefore this is our opportunity to provide our input. And I'll let Ms. Tucker correct me if I have something incorrect.
Well, Mr. Flynn, in an earlier consent agenda, for example, we had a long listing of renewals of no protest. Do we formally have to file one, in your opinion, of non-protest, or does this do it? Was that your answer?
Yeah, this is what does it. It says we don't object to it being renewed. However, we do so with the expectation that because this application predates the current conditional use process, that conditional use permit is updated in 180 days. And by default, that means a discussion between the permittee, Brown Jug, and the neighborhood community council as to what the appropriate terms and conditions of that land use permit are.
Yeah, I get that. If it doesn't pass, my question was, do we have to do something to facilitate the renewal so they can continue in business?
If this does not pass, then we basically haven't said anything and it gets renewed.
Thank you.
Seeing no one else in the queue, please vote. Mr. Flynn?
Yes.
Motion passes 10-1. Mr. Flynn?
Mr. Chairman, I move approval of item 14B.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none. Oh, Mr. Starr.
Mr. Flynn, I'm perplexed a little bit by the strategy to illustrate the fact that these guys predate conditional use process. Is that a technicality to correct behavior?
Well, that's an excellent question, Mr. Starr. I think it's a reasonable policy of the Assembly to ask that those who predate the existing conditional use permit process to update their conditional use permits so that we are engaging neighborhoods. We have not taken that on as an Assembly. These came to light because there were neighborhood concerns, and I think it is something that I know it's something I've been discussing with the clerk's office on. How do we more effectively ensure that each licensee has an updated conditional use permit? And I think this is sort of the front end of that trend. Does that answer your question?
Well, I debate the policy call sometime later, but, I had two on the agenda earlier tonight. In my area in particular, we've got vendors that go back some distance, and our legacy providers, some of the bars, for example, that have been around since the 50s, single owner, that kind of change. I'm not so certain that I want to penalize them to come into modern government. That's my response to you on the need for that. Engaging the community, I believe, is always prudent to do from a liquor vendor or any businessman. But I guess I'm a little challenged by the punitive sense that we're going to do it this way. Mr. Oliva raised an earlier point, which was helpful in that I've had experiences in trying to modify conditional uses. We saw it on VFW. So why don't we talk about a simpler way to go in and attack the conditional use performers, Mr. Flynn, that are not any good, instead of doing it through a technicality? Would you embrace that energy, such as the problematic we had with the VFW, having to go into quasi-judicial and hearing officer administration for a clear problem that was identified time and time again? Is the strategy better that way than this way?
Well, as I spoke with our chair earlier today, and every time we encounter these issues, I get a little bit more educated and realize a little bit more of my ignorance. Specific to Mr. Oliva's concerns, those licenses are up at the end of this year, and the community council has engaged with those operators and said, hey, if you're not willing to work with us, we're going to challenge your renewals. And I've encouraged that interaction so that the community and the operators can work together to find the right mix. If they get there, great. If they don't, then we're going to have to make a policy call. Again, these two particular licenses were driven by neighborhood concerns, and I think we're making the right decision by letting the community council and the operator figure out what the right balance is and bringing it back to us in 180 days. If, as the cases that you're citing in your neighborhood, if there's no issue, maybe we can let that go. But I do think we as an assembly need to keep the idea of whether we allow grandfather permits to continue without updating them, or at least bringing them into the current mode of how we handle conditional use permits to perpetuate is an important question. And it's a tough one because you're right. A lot of these are small operations. It can be a complicated process, and we don't want to overburden them. But the flip side is, if we have a small and relatively uncomplicated operation that can't operate appropriately, e.g. your VFW example, then what do we do? And so I think by bringing these folks a little bit further forward without too much overbearance from government oversight gives us a chance to let communities, neighborhoods, to work with operators and find the right answer.
Well spoken, but I'm going to vote no on this one as well, Mr. Flynn. I think the only reason that these folks are here to have this dialogue is the technical speak that a conditional use wasn't allowed. The playing field's not level for that. You've burdened this operator now twice. They're hearing the community, and I think they're reacting. But to burden them with the conditional use process is not only expensive, but it ties up the process in government. And they can hash it out on the streets and the operations thereof, just like every other operator that has a conditional use that may have time-to-time troubles. I mean, I see one violation from an underage sale and no other violation on the other one. Did I hear the community councils? Yes, I did. But, I think this is a little bit punitive, Mr. Flynn, and it confuses the folks that the next time a renewal comes up, we can mess with their conditional use. The only reason they're here is because there is no conditional use, a technicality of old age. Thank you.
Mr. Steele?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I was going to point out is that we have experience recently where the same type of thing happened, and we worked with the store owner and with the community to come up with some items, some requirements in the conditional use, and it has been to, I think, everybody's agreement that it is working. It's working well, and I just think it's appropriate for the community to realize that these are stores, these are businesses but also the owner to realize that is working within the community and to work together during this period to see if they can't come up with some expectations, some items for the conditional use that can be reviewed in a year or can be reviewed to see how they work. And I would hope that Mr. Flynn would volunteer to help work with them. It's time consuming, but certainly in Midtown, with the one I was experienced with, it seems to be successful, and the community council is extremely happy. So it can work, and I would hope that folks would take this 180 days and work on it, see what can be agreed to. Thank you.
Mr. Honeman.
I hear Mr. Starr's concern and reluctance, and I feel close to that as the libertarian side of me, I guess you'd say, the one that doesn't want a lot of government intrusion. On the other hand, we're on this body, Mr. Levis said earlier, the Planning and Zoning Commission doesn't get a chance to vote in. He's right. We do. And if there's no conditional use, there's nothing for us to ring in at. So then it does leave it up to just the 9, 15, 25, however many people that are standing in objection. And that purports that the ABC board would, that they make it to their hearing or get their voice heard there on an every other year basis. And so I'm not going to kid you, when this comes back before us in 180 days or sooner, I hope, you're not, the community, I can tell you now, you're not going to get a shutdown of one of the businesses. I just can almost forecast that. And to the operators, I don't think you're going to not be able to change one iota in your business practice and make the community somewhat satisfied that you're doing your part. I hear what you're saying about the Albara. That's citywide. That's not just in the Mountain View area and in those two areas. I'm not going to take any light away from that. That's a huge investment in the community, and it's a wonderful thing. So that's why we see these conditional use comes in and the conditions, because they are, as our council has admonished me many times, is they're all independently individual specific. These two stores are just that. They're two different stores. And so the concerns aren't going to be blanket. You can't just get a one-size-fits-all conditional use. So you're going to have to get specific. You need to come to the operators, and I'm just going to urge you both to sit down and meaningful dialogue and come to some, hopefully, agreement. If you can't, we may see that these licenses go with the conditions may be fairly generic and bare until we see, legitimate, if you will, evidence that there's something going on that they're responsible for. So I support the concept of making sure this body has a way to, other than just to protest a license renewal, which is, again, we have to be careful about not being arbitrary and capricious. I think Brown Jug is an excellent operator in this city. I say it on the record. But that said, each store has its own individual challenges, and they need to be responsive to the community. I support it.
Thank you. Please vote. Mr. Flynn.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
That motion carries 10 in favor, 1 opposed. We now have before us item 14C, a resolution of the Anchorage, or AR 50, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an alcoholic beverage conditional use for a beverage dispensary tourism use and license number 5281 in the T Transition District for Passail Group, LLC, doing business as Northern Light Spa at 5000 West International Airport Road, room C2050, within Ted Stevens Anchorage International Airport Road, South Terminal, Section 34, T13N, R4 West, SM, generally located south of West Anchorage International Airport Road in Anchorage. Thank you. This item is before us for public testimony. Anyone to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public testimony is closed. This item is before the body for action. Mr. Starr?
Second.
Mr. Flynn, any concerns with this conditional use permit?
You set me up, Mr. Starr?
Yes, I did.
No, I have no objection to this one, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so what happens if they turn into a performer that doesn't quite perform? What do we do, Mr. Flynn?
Well, The difference between this one and the previous two items, Mr. Starr, is this one actually has a conditional use permit, and therefore we do have a mechanism to address whatever concerns might be elicited by the neighborhood. Obviously, there's not a lot of folks in the neighborhood of the airport, so it's not too likely. But I understand your point.
It is a point. I just would try to tell you how cumbersome that is. I've tried it before for a poor performer. So pledge with me you'll help me figure out that conditional use snafu that says once we give it to them, we need to have the privilege to take it and change it. Thank you.
And just recall, Mr. Starr, I am an owner of a license as a vocal silent partner of my restaurant, so I get it.
Okay. Seeing no else in the queue, please vote. Mr. Flynn.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
That motion carries unanimously. We now have before us item 14D, AO number 29, an ordinance authorizing retention of a tax foreclosed property for a public purpose pursuant to Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 25.30.035B. This item is before the body for public testimony. Anyone to testify? Anyone at all? Good evening.
Good evening. My name is R.J. Vassar. I'd like to be the first to welcome you to the neighbor. I have no objections. It is accurate that about 78% of this property is in a wetlands area. I do happen to be the neighbor of that property. The foreclosure on Joyce's property has been long coming. It's been about 8 years since she died, approximately. On that property is a dilapidated trailer with the roof caved in, a couple of junk cars. Her old well is actually in the middle of the creek at this point. The flood back in the late 90s took out a fair portion of her property, so the well casing is standing in the creek. The trailer has been home to feral cats, a few vagrants, and basically is an eyesore. I have called several times to see if we could get that cleaned up, but with the property being in probate, nothing has been cleaned up at that point. So with that all being said, and the preserving of these valuable wetlands will contribute to the environmental health of Peters Creek and the surrounding neighborhood, I would appreciate it if you guys could remove the dilapidated buildings, cars, etc. from the property.
Mr. Trini?
Thank you, sir. Over here. Thanks. Mr. Michaelis, since we now own this property or about to, will you take care of it as diligently as you did with the whole Big Timber Hotel? If we've got a problem there, we need to clean up the property, sir.
Understood.
That's the gentleman you want to talk to over there, city manager, sir.
Mr. Honeman?
That was pretty much my same request. Ditto. Thank you.
Mr. Steele?
Yes, not for the testifier, but for the administration.
Okay. Well, we'll get to that when we get to debate. Thank you, sir.
Do you have any other questions?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone at all? Seeing here and none, public testimony is closed. This item is before the body. Mr. Starr?
Second.
Mr. Michaelis, I learned this because I had actually bought foreclosed property. The proceeds for any surplus over and above that, it by law goes back to the registered owner. So if we sell that for him, and it's listed on our page 591, it talks about that. The proceeds of the sale are applied to all taxes, special assessments, penalty, interest, and costs associated with the given parcel. Any resulting surplus to be made available to the former owner of record. And I brought this up several times, and I was disagreed with, but I know that to be law. So if we sell this property in the future, do we have to provide that surplus out for perpetuity?
So you have two actions before you tonight. The action that you have before you, immediately before you, basically deals with for public purpose. So what we are saying there is that would go to the municipality for public purpose, not for resale.
Okay.
the next item up that's coming to you, there's a whole list of properties there where we're asking you to allow us to go ahead and go through the disposal process through an auction. So the property in question right now is property that we feel needs to be used for public purpose so that we can put it into the Wetlands Mitigation Bank for future use to offset, as you know, wetlands that might be involved in some type of construction, roads, or whatever.
Okay, I guess that, and the issue for me is, does the owner have rights to the Wetlands Bank mitigation amounts? We sell those credits. And so I'm cautious here from that. I think the prescribed use, your offer to clean up the property, all that helps. But are we setting a new precedent here in that by taking it to put it in the Wetlands Bank? It's the first time I've ever seen it done.
I don't know how many times we've done it before, if we have or not, but this process does allow for that to happen. And as I understand it, if you, as the Assembly, authorize it for public purpose, which means that we would use it for our purposes and not for resale, then there would be no proceeds that would go back to the previous owner.
And for the body, just a little indulgence here. In my community, I have a lot of private property that's wetlands driven, Mr. Vacalis. We have a fair number. What would be the lack of the motivation, or why wouldn't a homeowner be motivated to bail out on his property that is wetlands driven and let the city assume it? He would get out of his tax bill with it, and he'd still retain the rights for the open space. Do you find that to be a problem with this precedent?
So I'm not sure I understand the question, but we have folks that do abandon their property. In fact, some of the property that basically we could call abandoned because they refuse to pay any property taxes and they'll never come back and reclaim it.
Yeah, my challenge is the rush to abandon wetlands property that we're taxing on. So I'm concerned.
Understand, but I would also tell you that those wetlands, if they're the right category of wetlands, are more valuable to us as the muni to offset development.
Yeah. No, I know that process. I'm just a little concerned here with the precedent, but I'm happy to get it off the market, but overall, I just rather would leave it in the inventory of HLB.
And if I could follow up, the previous owner has been deceased for 8 years, and there's no other known relatives.
Thank you. That's all.
Seeing no one else in the queue, please vote. Mr. Flynn?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Motion carries unanimously. We now have before us item 14E, AO number 31, an ordinance authorizing the sale of properties foreclosed for delinquent taxes and/or special assessments. This item is before the body for public testimony. Anyone to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, this item is closed for public testimony. It's before the body for action.
Move to approve.
Seeing no one in the queue, please vote. Mr. Flynn?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Steele and Mr. Trombley.
Chairman?
That motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Flynn.
I'm respectfully going to sign off at this point. It's a little bit late here on the East Coast, and I apologize that I can't participate any longer, but I'm afraid I'll be less effective as a participant than I will as a non.
Duly noted, and you are excused, Mr. Flynn. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I've got a question for you. Mr. Vacalis, on the last item we did, I saw property was owned by a church, 2 properties. what's their procedure for getting their property out, the same as an individual? Or do we have a special process for churches getting their property back from the city? I was a little concerned when we're taking property from a church for not paying.
Yes, sir, and I'll ask Ms. Oswald to address that.
Because we don't charge them property taxes, so what was it, just some sort of bill they owed us?
It was property taxes. I'm not sure why.
Because I didn't think churches had to pay property taxes, ma'am.
Well, the assessors were assessing them, but it was a duplex in a single family house.
I know, but they're owned by a church, so I'm just wondering, because we have a lot of churches that own property. I'll check with you later, thank you. I just find it odd that we were disposing of church property.
Thank you. Mr. Trombley, are you ready to finish on 13A?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to postpone indefinitely AO 2013-73.
Second.
And I'm going to introduce the AO that everybody has in front of them. I'm sorry. We need to vote on that. I apologize.
Okay, we got a motion to postpone indefinitely. The number again, Mr. Trombley?
AO 2013-73.
Any objection? Seeing, hearing none, that item is postponed indefinitely.
And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to lay on the table for introduction, if I could get a second.
Second.
And a third. Thank you. And what I've done is, well, without having the plat in front of us, that section of land is broken up into 3 sections, and I was dealing with the front section. But in talking with Mr. Rada, it would be easier if we just dedicated those 2 parcels, since the third one, backing up against Chuyash Foothills.
So this would be a new public hearing on this?
There would be a new public hearing, and my intention is to have this voted on.
And we've got it introduced, so we need to do nothing else with it.
March 11th? Is that
March? This is for reading. The public hearing date would be March 11th.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
The second was
Mr. Honeman.
Mr. Honeman. The third was Ms. Johnston.
Okay. You good, Madam Clerk? Okay. We now have before us item 14F. AR 38, a resolution municipality of Anchorage appropriating $1,194,182 from the Federal Highway Administration through the State of Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grant Funds 231 under the Community Development Department Planning Division, Transportation Planning Section for the 2014 Anchorage Metropolitan Area Transportation Solutions Program. This item is before the body for public testimony. Anyone to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, the public testimony is closed. This item is before the body. Have a first and a second. I see no one in the queue. Please vote. That motion passes 10 in favor with 1 absent. We have before us item 14G, AR number 39, a resolution appropriating a contribution of $298,000 approved in the 2014 Parks and Recreation Department operating budget for the Anchorage Bowl Parks and Recreation Service Area 161 to the Anchorage Bowl Parks and Recreation Service Area Capital Improvement Project Fund 461, all within the Parks and Recreation Department for capital equipment, maintenance, and improvements. This item is before the body for public testimony. Anyone to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, the public testimony is closed. The item is before the body.
Second.
I have a first and a second. No one in the queue. Please vote. That motion carries 10 in favor and 1 absent. We have before us item 14H, AR number 37, a resolution approving a letter of agreement between the municipality of Anchorage and the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 1547, regarding a power dispatch alternative shift agreement. Item is before the body for public testimony. Anyone to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public testimony is closed. Items
Move to
before the
approve.
body. Second. No one in the queue, please vote. That motion passes 10 in favor and 1 person absent. We have before us item 14I, AO number 32, an ordinance amending and updating personnel rules, Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 3.30, consistent with the requirements for the Kronos and SAP operating systems and other related changes. Item is before the body for public testimony. Anyone to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, the testimony is closed. Item is before the body.
I'd like to move the S version.
Second.
Okay. Motion and a second to approve the S version. I see no one in the queue. Please vote. Motion passes 10 in favor and 1 absent. We now have before us item 14J, AO number 28, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 28.20.010 to change the date for regular municipal election from the first Tuesday in April to the Tuesday after the first Monday in November with the effective year of 2017. This item is before the body for public testimony. Anyone to testify? Anyone at all?
Good evening. My name is Mike Kenny, Kenny. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you on this proposed ordinance. I oppose changing the municipal elections from April to November. Share with you tonight 3 of the reasons for my opposition. It violates the founders' belief that our democracy relies upon an informed electorate. It does not achieve what its sponsors claim. There are better alternatives. First, our founders, especially Thomas Jefferson, knew that our democracy would crumble if the electorate were uninformed about the candidates and ignorant of the issues. The mindset led to commitment and development of a public education which strengthened our country and set the standard for the world. If citizens are apathetic and uninterested in voting in the purely local April elections, what makes anyone think that they would be well informed on municipal candidates and issues in November? While they may be motivated to vote for governor or president and inform themselves responsibly, local decisions on school board or assembly or bonding may be cast in ignorance. Our public affairs should be the result of informed decisions by the voters and those whom they elect. Second, a chart is attached to AL 27-2014. On its vertical y-axis, it lists voter turnout in 5% increments, while on the horizontal x-axis, it shows various election dates. Bars are used to represent the election turnouts not held in November, and dots are used to show turnout in November elections. The dots are connected, indicating a continuum between the November election turnouts. At best, this is terribly misleading. The dots should not be connected over odd years because there are no November elections in the odd years and no turnout. If they are connected, the continuum line should plummet to the 0% turnout on the x-axis itself. The November turnout dots fluttering above the April turnout bars tell us nothing of municipal turnout in November. The dots are based on a statewide turnout. There are districts in the municipality where the turnout in November elections is certainly no better than the turnout in the April elections. Finally, April elections assure that the sole focus of voters will be on local candidates and issues. They will have to the whole stage themselves, not to mention volunteers, yard signs, media time, and last but not least, contributions. November elections in even years assure the local candidates and issues will take a back seat and sometimes the back bumper to state and federal partisan elections when it comes to volunteers, yard signs, and contributions. If the purpose of this proposal is to increase informed turnout for elections, this fails altogether every odd year. And as the Lieutenant Governor points out, there are still a great many issues to be resolved in the even years. There are probably other suggestions on improving informed turnout. My suggestion is to drop this proposed ordinance and draft an ordinance to change the day of the April elections to Saturday, perhaps the first Saturday in April. Thank you.
Thank you. No questions. Anyone else to testify?
My name is Phil Isley, and I'd like to see you move the elections to the fall. I think that the spring elections haven't had a very good showing, and it doesn't appear to be working. So why don't we use a little initiative and move it to the fall and see if that does better? At one time it was in the fall when we drafted our charter. They must have had a good reason for doing it then, and if it improves the number of people that show up at the polls, it gives us a greater representation. If we don't move it, we won't know. The thing that we do know right now is it's not working in the spring. So why don't we give it a shot, and if it doesn't work, you can always move it back again. And it might be better for you guys sitting up there, because if you decide to move on to state office, then the transition period would be a lot shorter. You'd be finishing one up as you just started the next. And you wouldn't have to resign partway through your term to go for a state office. And I think you should consider that. Thank you.
Mr. Starr.
Mr. Isley, and you're a candidate for the upcoming April election. The perspective that candidates are going to have trouble getting their message out, do you have an opinion on that? Is that fair?
Being non-affiliated, I always have a problem getting my message out. But I think that you could probably do better if you did it in the fall, at least if you were running for multiple offices. You know, if you went from city to state, you would be following the same pattern at the same time instead of using some resources here and then the next year using some resources there. To me, personally, I think it would be better in the fall. It would be easier on me.
Thank you.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Isley, for coming out and testifying this evening. But did you know that in 1989, when the elections the date was moved from October to April, that one of the reasons was they thought that it would increase voter turnout? Did you know that? That was one of the big issues in moving it from October to April.
And did it increase it that much?
My question is, did you know that was one of the reasons?
I believe I might have read that somewhere.
Yeah, it was. And I was staff for the assembly then, and it didn't work. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. There's no one else. Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone at all? Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Ed Larrabee, and what I'd really want to know is how will the weather affect this change? I would think, being a resident here for over 30 years, that the weather would affect it. April, I believe, is a better it's a better ability for the voter to go out and vote than November. I don't have a crystal ball. I know you don't, especially for 2017. But that's one issue that you might look into. Also, the stability. We want our government to be stable. We don't want it to change. unless it's for the better. Maybe get rid of a couple laws that are obsolete. In order to promote stability, I would keep it just like it is. There you go.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Have a good night.
You too. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Randy Riedrich. I spoke on this topic once before. I want to continue with a thought that I didn't get to complete the other day. If we consider the fact that the more elections are on the ballot, the better the turnout will be. Having everything on the November ballot should increase our turnouts from the upper 50s, low 60s to a much closer to 70% turnout, and in a mayor's race, maybe 72 or 3%. We haven't seen that kind of result in any election in this state in years, and I think going to this strategy would be overwhelmingly positive because more people would be participating in selecting city leaders and in addition, electing our state leaders. Thank you.
Mr. Honeman?
I had a question, Mr. Ritter. Yeah. So, is it a fair statement you've been involved pretty heavily in partisan politics?
I've been involved in politics for years.
Okay. And would it be a fair statement that you're also involved in partisan politics?
That's true.
Okay. So, and you're aware that the charter mandates that we're a nonpartisan body and we serve at every level, school board, mayor, and assembly, as nonpartisan.
I understand that.
Do you see a potential conflict if we're mixed in an election year at the same polling station with people who are running for partisan elections? Do you see that there might be a problem with that?
No, I don't.
Thank you.
There are no other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Good evening.
Good evening. David Boyle, Chairman Hall, Assembly members. The focus here should not be on candidates. I could care less what it costs a candidate to run and how well they message. The focus should be on voters and the citizens of this community. You know, you're going to have concerns about candidates. Oh, it's going to cost me a lot of airtime. It's going to be a lot more expensive. I can't compete with the national candidates. I can't compete with the state candidates. I don't care about that. I care about voter turnout. I didn't wear the uniform of this country to be concerned about candidates. I'm concerned about whether or not voters are being suppressed, and that is passive suppression of voters. We have special interest to get out the vote in the spring elections. We should be concerned about getting most people out to vote for every election. And if we move them to the fall, that will happen. One of the previous speakers mentioned, well, the voters won't be informed as well because we can't get our message to them. Well, I got news for you. Most of the voters are uninformed and low-informed voters. They vote, as you know, by the last name they see when they walk into the polls. So this won't affect the information that a voter has as much as it does get them to the polls. I've lived in 10 states. I have never seen in my life as many elections as you have here, and it's kind of tiring. Anyway, I strongly recommend move them to the fall, increase the voter turnout, and get them to the polls. And thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Mr. Steele?
Yes, Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle? Yeah, I have a question for you. The in running these elections concurrent with the state, there may be 8 pages of ballot for each voter to go through. Do you think that that might be excessive in terms of the quality of the vote or the frustration the voter might have with voting on that number of items?
Yes, through the chair, Mr. Steele, yes, that's a possibility. That probably happens today when a voter gets down to where the school board and the road service areas are. Most of them don't vote for those people, or they'll vote probably for the first name on the list, particularly for the school boards. But, you know, that the voters maybe get weary But hey, let's turn the ballot upside down. Put the president and the national elections on the bottom. Let's start with the road service areas and the school board at the top. Anyway, that's going to happen regardless how long the ballot is. If it's 2 pages long, someone won't turn it over to read the backside.
Does that help the quality of the election, however?
Does it which?
Does it help the quality of the election?
You mean the results?
By having that many on it.
It may have some impact, but I don't think it has near the impact as it does of, let's say, passive voter suppression in the spring.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman Hall and members of the Assembly. My name is Carolyn Ramsey. I'm a 40-year resident of Anchorage. I believe all of us are after the same common goal, which is a higher voter turnout. The problem seems to be the way to go about improving the current voter turnout. Anchorage is not alone with the problem of a low voter turnout. According to the World Policy Institute, voter turnout has been declining globally for the last 60 years. Democracies have seen as much as a 50% reduction. According to the Alaska State Statute, Title 15, the state of Alaska only oversees federal and state elections. Municipal elections are not included in the state statutes, therefore consolidating the municipal election with the state election procedurally cannot be done at this time. I heard the arguments presented last week that the state and the municipality should just combine registrars. The problem with this goes back to my previous statement concerning the Alaska State Statute of Title 15. Also, since some people are registered for state elections and not the municipal elections, and vice versa, combining the registers can become very problematic. For this body to arbitrarily vote to move the municipal elections to the same date as the state elections is fiscally and procedurally irresponsible for the reasons laid out in the letter from Director Gail Fumiai from the State Division of Elections. I have spent a number of years now learning about election policy and procedure. In my opinion, two of the biggest problems out of the long list of problems that we're going to create is voter confusion and lack of poll workers. The argument was made at the last assembly meeting that San Diego, California runs a consolidated election with the state of California, thus increasing voter turnout on the state and presidential years. I was curious about how this worked, so I called the municipal clerk's office in San Diego to ask them some questions. They referred me to the registrar's office for election procedures. We spent quite some time on the phone this afternoon discussing how San Diego actually conducts their elections. We do not have the procedures in place that they do for state or municipal in order to combine the two. It is my suggestion that a task force is formed to work with the municipal clerk's office and the State Division of Elections to examine why we have such a low voter turnout and investigate multiple ways to increase our voter turnout. Just moving the elections and not understanding the consequences to the voter and the burdens placed on our municipal clerk's office and the State Division of Election office is going to be a detriment to all involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Trainee.
Hi, Carolyn. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Dick.
Appreciate the work you did looking at San Diego. You know, one of the arguments has been, well, the Denali Borough has concurrent elections. They have the state run it for them. Do you know in the last election what the percentage was in the Denali Borough that turned out to vote?
I know at some point they had about an 8% turnout.
0.39% would make our 19% look good.
Yeah.
Thank you, Carolyn.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Ray Craig. I've testified before you on this before, and I hadn't planned to say anything more, but I've got to take care of this statement by Assemblyman Trainee. The Denali Borough elections are on presidential election day, but they still have not changed their charter, so they have elections in off years. And of course, on Tuesday, November election day and off years, there's nothing else on the Denali Borough ballot because it's off cycle. Of course they're going to have low turnout, 6%, 9%, 15%. There's two issues here. One, in the even years to get your elections on the national election day in November. That's when there are other state and federal items on the ballot. That's when you're going to have your exploding voter turnout from 20% up to 50% or more. It won't affect Anchorage elections that are held on that same date in off years. That is a separate issue requiring charter changes and changing your terms and all of that. So there are steps to be done here. In terms of San Diego and the procedure is not in place, I understand that before you tonight, this is to be passed and then not to take effect until 2017. You have 3 years to work things out with the state, and the fact that things might not be in exact place. Now, you can run concurrent elections, but you've got 3 years to work this out, and there's a lot of support for any legislative change, and both Clerk Jones and Director Fanumi said there is no statutory or regulatory impediment to running concurrent elections. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Steele?
Yes, I did have a question for you. My statements before were with regards to confusion at the polling place. Would it impact your decision if you knew that the election could cost as much as 4 times what it would cost for us to have it in April?
Through the chair, with all due respect, those are completely bogus numbers. Again, San Diego elections cost $1.50, I believe, per voter in concurrent elections. And what was their turnout? I think well over 50%. Los Angeles has off-cycle elections. They pay something on the order of $50 per voter, and they only get, I think, 20% turnout. The numbers are just absolutely overwhelming. It costs 30 times as much to conduct off-cycle elections, and you have, I think, 1/3 the turnout. I mean, we in the state of Alaska have got to clean this thing up, and it's not only Anchorage, it's every municipality in this state except the Denali Borough, and the Denali Borough is probably going to be thinking about charter changes to get all of their elections on cycle and stop this nonsense that we're going through.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly. My name is David Dunsmore. I wasn't really planning on speaking on this today, but I'm here and this is an important issue, so I figured I should give my 2 cents. And I also first would just want to thank Mr. Birch for taking this approach of starting it in the future so that it allows to have more of the argument in principle about the issue. But I still don't really think that this is the right way to go. We all agree that we want to have the most informed, highest turnout possible in the elections. But I don't necessarily, there's the idea that somehow voters' rights are being suppressed by having them in April. And I don't understand how that's the fact. Everyone who can vote in November can also vote in April. Just unfortunately, some of them are making their choice not to. And I think it's unfortunate, and there's a lot that can be done to make people more informed and make people more engaged, and that should be done. But moving the election to artificially boost the turnout number when people aren't necessarily going to be any more informed doesn't do it. If we say that the goal is 100% turnout, we should do what Australia does and say you have to vote. It doesn't matter if you personally feel that you aren't engaged and that you personally feel you can't make an informed choice. It doesn't matter. In Australia, you have to vote or they fine you. I don't think that's the way to go. And studies have shown in Australia they have a much higher bias for the first name on the ballot because there are people who the government is just basically telling them you have to vote or you got a fine. So they vote for the first name on the ballot and they go home if they don't feel they can make an informed choice. And I think that's somewhat of what will happen here if we move the elections, because if people are less informed and are people who would have on their own made a decision that they weren't informed enough to vote in a municipal election, they aren't going. I mean, when just having the election in November isn't going to make that their choice any different. And I think it also messes with one of a really nifty part of the election cycle that was written in the charter, which is the 3-year terms with the 1 year as half the assembly, 1 year as the other half, and the third year as the mayor. And I think that that's a good system that allows for regular or annual influx of new people, but still a continuity. And there'd be a large chaos put into this cycle of 1 year if you have 1 year if it's in the state election, you have super high turnout, you have a lot of people, the winners are probably going to be everyone who's the first name on the ballot. And then the next year you have people, smaller turnout, municipal election, much more informed voters, probably going to be the people who better connected with the voters. That is just going to be a weird mix of you have people who are just kind of accidentally elected because they won the lottery of whose name goes first, serving with, I mean, I just think that the only way to fix that problem would be to not have annual elections, but I think that system works really well, and that's a good part of the charter we don't want to change. So
Thank you. Mr. Birch?
Thank you for testifying, David. I was just curious, what did you mean by artificially high turnout if you had the elections in November? I guess I'm just...
Through the chair, Mr. Birch, my point was that right now we have, unfortunately, a large segment of the population that is voluntarily opting out of the local elections. And so it wouldn't be the same to have, say, a 50 or 60% turnout in an election in October, or in November, concurrent with a state election. That wouldn't mean the same thing as having a 60% turnout in a municipal-only election, because you would have that many voters showing up at the polls, but it wouldn't necessarily mean that those voters are considering themselves to be engaged. And many of those people would probably make the same choice that they are making now. Just instead of not voting, they would just probably leave the ballot blank.
Well, just to follow on through the chair, the question relates to when you say artificial, it implies that it's not founded in fact and good solid statistics. But in November of 2004, we had a special election on 2 bond issues, and it was held concurrent with the state election, and we had a 52% turnout. And both those bonds passed, but that is basically the highest turnout that we've had since the elections were moved from the spring to the fall. So I guess it seems to me like it's not unreasonable if you have a November election that voter convenience, it's convenient to vote in all 3, state, municipal, and federal elections at the same time, as opposed to having them spread out over the year. And maybe it's not really an artificial increase, it's actually a convenience increase, and the fact that if you had a 50% turnout, I mean that would represent 100,000 of our citizens that would be going to the polls to vote in November versus the 20% or 40,000 that voted last year. So it'd be 60,000 more people voting on municipal issues, and I guess don't you see that as a positive?
Through the chair, Mr. Birch, I agree that the goal should be to have as many people participating in the process as possible. I just think that just the turnout number itself is not the only measure of how engaged. I mean, political campaigns would be really easy if all the voters were engaged. You just get a website, put your detailed resume up there, write a bunch of white papers, and sit by the phone waiting for the voters to call you with their detailed questions for you. But as you know, that's not how political campaigns work, because many people, for all sorts of reasons that we could discuss all night, are not engaged in the process and aren't. And I don't think that necessarily lumping all of the stuff on one ballot is I appreciate your goal, but I also think you mentioned the election where they did have the concurrent election, and I think that's actually a good example of this, and it worked well from my perspective. I remember I voted yes on those bonds both times they were on the ballot, but I was in the minority the first time. The reason that election, the special election, was held concurrent with the state election was basically to overturn the no vote that the people had done in the April election, which were people who were self-selecting themselves to want to vote on that issue. Those people, the majority of them, felt that those bonds were not appropriate and voted no on them. I happen to disagree with them, and I happen to be glad to have the opportunity to vote the other way again in November and win. But I think that is that is evidence, though, that the people who are choosing to engage themselves on municipal and vote on municipal issues are not necessarily going to vote the same as if as on with a state ballot. But I appreciate the issue you're trying to tackle here. I'm just not sure that this is the right way to do it.
Do you support then a concurrent election that elevates to the 50 or 60% turnout that you realized in the election you participated in 2004?
Well, I think for all of the reasons I've stated, I don't think that it works to have the state election. I would be more willing to support it if we had even number terms, because I would be more willing to support that because that wouldn't create the chaos of the concurrent election with the state election versus the other year of the cycle where it's not.
Okay.
But
thank you.
No other questions. Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone at all? Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Pat Redmond, and I did not want to be here tonight. And I did state previously on the other that I am against this, and I continue to be against it. I think we need to improve voter participation, and that's one of the things we work on constantly. But to put this in place now without doing a good study on how it's going to work is not a good idea. You can use the same figures that they use to show increased voter participation on the presidential elections to show that it is only on the presidential elections that we have those high figures. And if you actually look at the vote counts, you will find that people come in and vote only for the president. They don't vote for even U.S. Senate or House seats sometimes. Sometimes they just come in and vote for the president. So it really doesn't give you a true turnout figure. I think there are other ways that we need to look at improving voting by mail. We need to look at improving early voting opportunities, ways of providing more sites where people can vote early, starting the 2 weeks before the election. There's a number of things we can do. I think that the comments made previously by some of the early speakers were very good about what we need to look at. I also looked at the San Diego site. San Diego, while they do have a concurrent or a consolidated election, they also have a number of other elections through their years, and they have low turnouts on some of those, and they don't always affect what they want. We looked at Minneapolis. They also have a similar type of thing, but we need to do more research into it because they too have more than one election. You may have an election just for the mayor that would be run with the state, but their bond issues and things like that are on different elections, and that's not really what we want to look at. We have to look at the bond cycles. One of the things I looked at, I realized that if we elect an assembly in November, the budget process is in place, the final vote on the budget may occur with new assembly members in place who were not part of the previous discussion. And that, I had questions about that. There's a lot of things to look at, and I just think we should study this a little bit. I do appreciate the fact that you're putting it out to 2017, but I think you should not even put a date and arrange for a study first and then bring it back with more recommendations.
Thank you. There are no questions. Anyone else?
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Lupe Mariquin, and I am the former deputy clerk in charge of running municipal elections, and I'm coming to speak about this new legislation that was laid on the table in January and hasn't really had enough time to be looked over. I am not in support of changing the elections to go to being coincide with the November elections. I appreciate that we're trying to get higher voter turnout, but to do so without doing some study it's just way too premature. I wish I could answer all the questions that were brought up, all the information that was brought up that is not true, the facts and figures that are not true. And as a municipal clerk, I just want to say that during my tenure, my goal was to make the deputy or the municipal clerk and the assembly look good when they go out there. Now, this is very important legislation. We want to go out and get higher voter turnout, but what we don't want to do is create a fiasco. There's a lot more going on behind the scenes. You have experts, election experts, Gail Funumii, Barbara Jones, myself, and we are telling you that this is not a good approach to getting higher voter turnout. Right now, I think in my earlier note that I sent around my email on the 11th of February, I pointed out some things to you that were very concerning to me. I mean, mixing up municipal issues with state issues, voter fatigue, shortages of election workers, us being the little stepchild in the election. This is true. The state of Alaska owns all the equipment. Their results are going to come in first. Municipal issues are not going to come in until later. They're not going to be primary. And that's very unlike the elections that we've had so far. I think that I didn't read Gail Funumii's and Barbara Jones's memo until much later. And the issues that Chris, you kind of led me to believe were not issues anymore, are definitely issues. We have a shortage, we have an epidemic shortage of election workers across the nation. It's been like that for a really long time. We have it right here in Anchorage. We have trouble filling up those polling places with 4 election workers apiece. We can't have a combined election polling group, or, gosh, I'm losing my words, I'm getting all excited, but to have 10 people in place, 8 people in place at every polling place is impossible. And you have to have separate election workers. You're going to have different election sites. Our absentee stations are different. How are we going to manage all of that? So anyway, I welcome questions.
Thank you. I have no one in the queue.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public testimony is closed. The item is before the body.
Move to approve.
Second.
Mr. Steele?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. A good discussion that we've had about things, but a couple of things that I do want to point out. Lupe's point about the memo from the Gail Funumii about the election and the issues that they see are real issues. It doesn't mean it can't be worked out. It couldn't work. But there are other issues as well. Just the size of the polling places, cramming that many people into it. The schools are going to scream. And people are going to be frustrated when they come in and see a crowded scene. They're not going to want to wait around and vote. So the cost, if we have to buy machines, it could be as much as $1 million. Right now it cost us I'm not sure that all the costs are in that, but about $250,000. It just is not a good idea. We shouldn't be chasing the voters. We should make it easy for the voters. So I'm in favor of looking at by mail elections, early elections, or early voter elections, all kinds of other things to try and make it easier on folks. But the bottom line is you want voters that understand the issues and are there to vote on your issues. And I don't think it's a good idea. And there's a lot of people who know what they're talking about don't think it's a good idea either.
Mr. Trainee?
I'll try to keep this under an hour.
I would appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, but I may be close. This is bad legislation, and as I think Chris pointed out earlier, everything that comes in front of us is supposed to have an SCE. There's not an SCE attached to this, so we should vote no. I realize 6 of you have already made up your mind. I know which one you guys are. I've written it down, and I'll be right at the end. Nonetheless, beyond the SCE, we have the problem of Gail's memo to us. Nobody's addressed the point-by-point that Gail gave us. Why hasn't anybody addressed this? This came to Mr. Hall, Mr. Birch, on the 30th of January. Do you not consider her opinion to be valuable? It's unanswered. There's no silver bullet to getting more people to come out and vote on Election Day. We've got some dedicated clerks that are trying. Vote by mail may get us there, but there is no silver bullet. So all we're doing tonight, if this passes, like I said, I figure it will, 6 votes, is to shoot ourselves in the foot and hurt the public out there. This is not the way to go, Mr. Chairman. I'll be a no vote.
Ms. Johnston?
I'll take the rest of his 45 minutes.
I think not.
I will be speaking a little bit longer than I'm used to. As the sponsor knows, I've had a hard time with this, and I've waffled. And the first thing the sponsor did is gave me the book. This is a book of timing and turnout, and it's written by Sarah Azia. I read it from cover to cover. And I have to say it's hard to argue with the thesis. The thesis is that if you have small or off-cycle elections, that it's very easy for special interests to affect those elections. And I think any of us sitting in this room knows that happens. I've seen it happen over my 40 years. I've seen it happen. What's interesting, I've even been in rooms where political strategists have talked about putting issues on a ballot to bring out a more radical left or a more radical right. And it happens. It happens all the time. It happens in our municipal elections, and it has happened in our primaries. We have had, where we have low voter turnout, we have special interest groups that can directly affect the election. And so the thesis, it's hard for me to argue the thesis. But I do have some other problems. And the first is implementation. Everybody and most people who spoke against this brought up the issue of implementation. I know, and Mr. Hall knows from 2012 what happens if an election goes sideways. And I know what happens as far as just running the municipal business when an election goes sideways. And the anticipation of having legal issues for an election that goes sideways, and the long-term implications of having a distrust from the public. So elections, before 2012, I would have said, what's so hard with running an election? I mean, seriously. And I now say, yes, elections are a very complicated issue, and I have a lot of respect for that. Sorry, I have to look at my notes. One thing, as far as the elections, and I had personal experience with this in 2012, is with the state machines. It kept spitting out my ballot. And not only did it keep spitting out my ballot, one of the election workers knew just where to hit it to get it to work again. These machines are getting very, very old. And actually the technology is getting dated. So, and the state has said they're going to buy new machines for a long time, but elections have not become a priority for many people. And I thank Mr. Birch and others who have brought this to the forefront, because now we're talking about elections. And I think we even might be talking about buying new machines, and maybe the municipality will even have to go buy machines. But technology is changing. You now have mail-in elections in Washington State, and it's been going on for quite a while. I think the technology is going to come out of Washington State is going to be far improved from what we have in our current situation. I think, in fact, I almost think technology, the hanging Chad. I mean, I think all of this is going to be probably solved a lot quicker and probably with less effort. We talk about polling place workers, and I'm not sure at some point if we're going to need the polling place workers that we do now. But by putting this out to 2017 and having it on an off-cycle year, so the municipality has a chance to get their act together on an off-cycle on their own, and I'm sure we're going to have a low voter turnout because it's off-cycle. But it gives us a chance to work out some of the implementation problems before we join with the state. The other, number two thing that has been a concern, and even though it's been suggested this isn't about candidates, but there is there is a possibility, and a true possibility, of candidates getting lost in the frenzy. And it's kind of interesting because in my short 60 years, I am of the age where multimedia has become the way of politics. And we, went from radio to television, and politics and political campaigns are mailers, they're jingles, they're sound bites, they're television 30-second ads, some by good looks, charisma, as I say, good jingles, Mr. Hahnemann. But we've lost the one-on-one contact with our constituent. I did the first time I ran, and the only reason I think I won is that I ran door to door, because that was the only way I could get my name out. I did run door to door, yes. and this probably means that local candidates are going to have to be engaged and involved in the community before they run. It also probably means that they're going to have to do a lot more of this one-on-one campaigning. And it is going to be door-to-door. And we're going to maybe not do as well with the jingles because the time's going to be all bought up. I mean, we're already in campaign season for November. So I have to say that maybe we are turning the corner from having an electorate that is being elected on sound bites, jingles, flyers, to maybe one back to where it's a community organization and your community knows who you are. Third of my list of concerns is voter fatigue. And I've actually, since Mr. Birch has brought this up, and because I was not sure how I felt about this for quite a long time, I've been asking a lot of folks. I've asked at community councils, I've asked super voters, both Democrat, both Republican, and I've asked people that don't vote, what do you think about this? And I was surprised by some of the super voters who said, I really don't want to vote all year round. The whole business of, and one who was a Democrat was telling me, okay, so this year we have April assembly candidates. We have the primary in August. We have the general in November. We have the mayor in April. Do we ever get a break? And I was thinking, wow. I was thinking of voter fatigue just because you're going to have this long ballot and you're going to have all these candidates and you're going to be sick of everybody that's running for office. And they're saying, no, I have voter fatigue because it never quits. And so that's kind of given me something to think about. I would not support this if it was on a short timeline because of the implementation. I think there's a lot of good points that have been brought up. I would not support this if we would be looking at using, and I don't think we can look at using the state's machines because they're dying. But we have till 2017. The first election will be a municipal one. I hope we have a greater than 8% turnout. We also have, as I'm not sure if any of you remember, but Mr. Flynn did a charter amendment so that I think assembly terms don't necessarily have to be 3 years. So there are things that can be moved around, changes that can be made. And, you know, if it's not looking good, we have three years to not do it. But I'm ready to give it a chance, and I'm telling you, it was a hard sell. I was not an easy vote. And I had Mr. Birch yelling and screaming at me for many days. And he kept telling me I wasn't listening. So, thank you.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, everybody in this community, I believe, wants to see better voter turnout. And I want to thank Mr. Birch because you've almost been a rabbit, Mr. Birch. You've been the ringleader for months. And I want to thank you for bringing this to the surface. But you've been on the Assembly for 9 years, Mr. Birch. Why now? For starters, okay? First off, I think that we really, really need more public involvement before we make a decision this large. This is a really big deal, moving the election from April to November. It really is. And I think that we need to have the public, the stakeholders at the table before a majority of this body makes a decision to change the date of the election, although it's in our power to change the date of the election. But I think it's really, really wrong for us to sit here and make this decision for our community. I think what we need to do, so we don't get ourselves in trouble like we did with the public hearing process, is put together a citizens task force on voter turnout, or call it whatever you want to call it, and bring all the stakeholders to the table, give every segment of our community an opportunity to have their voices heard. Nobody's saying that November may not really be a good time to have the election, not necessarily. But we need to have more public involvement other than a few folks coming out and testifying, and then we vote, yes, this is what's going to happen. I just think it's wrong to behave in this manner, and I hope that although some of you may very well have already made your decision, I hope you give it some thought. Public involvement is the key here, folks. And Jennifer, you're not the only one who knocks on doors. I was knocking on doors today. Anyway, that's my 2 cents, and I will definitely be voting no on this for all the right reasons, because public involvement is important, and we have not had enough of it before making a decision as large as this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Birch.
I obviously would encourage a yes vote. I started down this path back in November or December when we were trying to figure out when are high turnout elections, and I began looking through the online data that the clerk's office had posted, and then we had to go get the other information, and that basically was the genesis of the chart that we've seen, and I've shared with everyone here. I was kindly actually calculated out and presented here by the Alaska Policy Forum, but I chased all the numbers. And what happened is we've actually have changed the date of the election twice before, and we started out with 25 to 30% turnout, voter turnout in April, and that actually ramped up to in the 50% range, and it's been falling off ever since we moved from the fall elections back to April in '93. It's been falling every year, with the exception again of 2004 when we had a concurrent election. We've met and communicated on numerous occasions since, for the last 3 months with the Lieutenant Governor's office. The Lieutenant Governor is in charge of elections. They have been supportive, and notwithstanding the 2-page or 3-page list of challenges presented by the Division of Elections, each one of those in and of itself presents an opportunity for improving what we're doing for our community. The objective here is the 50% turnout. I mean, I think we in this room would be tickled to have the 50% turnout that Gail Fanumii says that they see as a low water point. They alternate between 50 and 60% turnout depending on whether it's a presidential year or not. So I think it's a good effort here, and I'd encourage a yes vote. I think it'll be positive to have a significant higher turnout. I think I know there's been some concern voiced about crowding at the election polls. Well, I think it's a good thing. I mean, I think if we had 40,000 people turn out last April, and I would think if we have 100,000 people turn up for an election, that's good for the community. And I think we've talked this around and around here for the last few months, and my only wish would be that it was happening this year, but I think November is the right thing to do. Thank you.
Mr. Honeman?
I've hit on the theme somewhat. I've talked to several of my constituents and the community councils looking for input and feedback, and was one of the first ones to say many years ago that perhaps we're missing out on something, and what is that we can draw a bigger turnout. And one of the things that I keep drawing back to is looking at our charter and our responsibilities is that we're supposed to serve in a nonpartisan way, and without trying to shame or embarrass or whatever, either way. And there are several persons who are okay with if they ran on the assembly with a ticket with a designated beside their name, and that's just not what the charter says, and that's our law, and that's what we're supposed to serve. Doesn't mean you can't belong to a party. It just means you're supposed to serve in a nonpartisan manner. Because I've never met a pothole, and we've heard the old adage. When I worked at the police department, I didn't show up to the call and ask if somebody was registered to vote and if they voted in the last several elections and what party were they affiliated to. It just didn't matter. And it shouldn't matter to us as we serve. So I'm concerned that more than, as excited as the possibility of 50% turnout or more, sure. I mean, I'd love to connect it to getting your PFD or something, renewal of your license if you haven't voted without a valid reason for the last couple of years. You maybe, your license is suspended. I don't know what the answer would be, compulsory elections or whatnot. But I do know that the concern that I've heard from constituents and the concern that I've had since going back, I mean, I think I sat down with Mr. Starr one time and said it really doesn't matter to me. It really matters what the community says and what their electorate are saying. And I'm bothered by the fact that our charter says our responsibility is to be nonpartisan, and I'm equally bothered that, we hear special interest, special interest, special interest. There's no bigger special interest than the party folks. Not at all. I mean, it is very clear what their objectives are, and their agendas and platforms and planks are, and God love you. If that's what you want to do and belong, go be that way. I just think that it has no business in local politics. Our charter's pretty clear. It's stood the test of time for decades, and I think we're making a mistake by marrying it up to the same election as a partisan race.
Mr. Trainee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. Ms. Jones, how do you feel about this? And yes, you do have an opinion. You're our clerk. And you still got the job. Don't worry about that. Because ultimately, you're the election. Your office runs the election. We're just bystanders. I want to know what you think about this change.
Well, it's difficult to talk about it. I think most of you already know that I have expressed an opinion, but I'm going to start with this. The Municipal Clerk's Office established a goal long before you started this debate on the elections last fall to increase voter turnout. And we already have made some efforts doing so, including that we've opened the absentee location here at the Lusac Library on Election Day last year. We've retained the League of Women Voters to do a bond prop evaluation, a nonpartisan report on the bonds. And we updated Title 28. You passed that in January. We have a Facebook page. We're using Twitter, and we're doing other outreach as well. So we are already making these efforts to increase voter turnout. I just would like to say that I understood a prior speaker who actually testified in favor of this ordinance, a similar ordinance, to move the election to November. I believe it was stated that this could be or would be the most important legislation that this assembly voted on in their tenure. And if in fact that is the case, that this is the most important legislation that this assembly will pass, and I think it may be, I think voting is probably one of the most important fundamental rights that we have. And this legislation affects every single adult in Anchorage that is qualified to vote. So it actually probably affects more than property tax holders. I think that the Assembly needs to make sure that it's taking the time to study this issue, to understand the issue, to avoid any unintended consequences. And I would recommend taking some time to look at it. The clerk's office hasn't even been able to express an opinion because it's during election season, and our focus is on trying to plan the April 1st, 2014 election. We would like to request that the Assembly take what we believe is prudent action to delay this item until after the election.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. I'm afraid this is an issue of aim, fire, and then trying to figure out why you did it, because we're going to miss the target. Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Ms. Dembowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've had numerous conversations with the clerk's office about this, and I absolutely understand where they're coming from. I understand this is their core function. It gives them a great deal of stress. The thought of they have essentially we have two new people in there. I mean, Amanda's been there longer, but you know, they went through 2012, then 2013, and now, you know, just when they're hitting their stride, we're going to tell them they need to change things. With that said, I have always supported the elections in the fall for years. I've been a firm believer. When I hear the argument that we moved them to April to increase voter turnout, that didn't happen. Didn't happen. Voter turnout has been declining steadily. So to me, I look at it as a failed experience. And then when I think, when I hear some of the comments from some of the dissenting opinions, we're talking about public involvement. I concur, and I think a 50% turnout is a great improvement on public involvement. I hear about we want to make it easy for folks. I agree. I think one day, one polling location, heck, in Texas they have voting day, where you go in and it's a day off. It's like a municipal holiday, except for everybody gets to go and vote. So I think there are things that can be done, and I think by putting it 3 years out, the commitment I have made to the clerk's office repeatedly, and I will continue to do so, it is our responsibility to give them the tools to succeed. So if we move the election to November 2017 or any other year, we have a responsibility to make sure they have the tools to succeed. You know, I mean, that's just one part of it. But the other part of it is I am absolutely open. I mean, I think Barbara could tell you that the first month I was on the job, I was in her office, our first discussion, I said, why aren't we voting by mail? Are we doing this? Why can't we electronically vote? Why can't we? And we were talking about it, and much to my surprise, they had already been working on this for months before I brought it up to them. So I am open to any and every single opportunity to increase voter turnout and voter participation, because I think just like the public process of letting people come and talk to us, it's our job to support those efforts. So, there's a lot of things that I heard people comment, and I think most of the comments were valid. Others, maybe Mr. Trainee, not so much. But at the same time, I do respect your opinion, and I respect everyone's thought and everyone's willingness to engage this, because the one thing I am absolutely convinced about, every single person sitting up here tonight, including the clerk, every assembly member wants to see voter participation improve. I do believe that. And I think there's a lot of different ways to get to the end goal. This might be just one piece of it. Like Mr. Trainee, I think it was, who said there's not a silver bullet. I think you're the one that said that. I think you're probably right. I think there's a lot of different ways we can get there. But I'm willing to go down this path and try it. And I'm also willing to go by mail and try it. I'm also willing to vote online and try it. But we have to have the right tools. We have to be willing. We have to be willing to engage the process. So I will be a yes vote. Thank you.
I have no one in the queue. Please vote. That passes 10-4 with one absent. I'm sorry, 6-4 with one absent.
Chairman, I would move for immediate reconsideration and urge a no vote.
Second.
Okay. We've got a motion for immediate consideration urging a no vote. Please vote.
So it fails. Great. Oh, you don't have it. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh. Sorry.
That motion fails 6-4 with one absent. We have no special orders, no unfinished agenda. We're at audience participation.
My name is Ronald Leva. I'm back. Don't let anyone leave. Ernie, sit down. You left the last meeting at before 11. You stay here. Good evening. It is Black History Month. I do normally appear before you for other issues, which I will address, but this is a picture of myself and my most honorable moment in my career as an auctioneer. This is an auction I did for Rosa Parks. And after that auction, Rosa Parks got on a bus and we toured Anchorage. At that time, I said to her, "Hey, you're in my seat?" She said, "Not again." Just a little joke there. But what happened is everyone on that bus was so honored to travel with her and show her Anchorage that they wanted to name the bus after her. But at the time, they had a contest among the junior high students, and they named them Wolverine, Caribou, Moose, etc. My request tonight is to rename a bus route after Rosa Parks in honor of Black History Month. I think it's important. I think the bus route most traveled is the 45. I think it would give that route dignity, and I think it would remind everyone in this city of what one little person can do in a movement. So that's my request. Take it to Lance or whoever you have to take it to, but rename a bus route the Rosa Parks. So that's my request. And here's my evidence. She was here, and it's a great honor to have done that.
Mr. Honeman?
Ron,
yes.
Thanks for sharing that. It's pretty, actually a pretty monumental moment, I would think, as well. I don't recall
her visit. I do remember vaguely that she was in Alaska, but I don't recall it. So I think that's a pretty meaningful message, and I hope that we can put something together. I believe there's some language in the ordinance and in the code that we have to follow to try to name something, particularly in government for. So I'll see if we can't do some research on that and make that.
Well, I think the entire city would be honored to have that. Unfortunately, hey, do I get 5 minutes or 3? Make it 5, because I'm a good guy.
No, unless somebody else has a question for you.
Oh, okay. Someone else have a question on that particular issue?
Traney?
Ron, is there something else you wanted to say?
Oh, yes. No, hey, I never run out of things to say. Public participation, that's
couple of
real
minutes,
important.
Ron.
Are we ready?
Yeah, if you have just a couple of minutes.
Okay, a couple of minutes. The second thing is, nothing's been done at 1,305 calls. It's negative publicity for the Brother Francis shelter to admit they had 1,305 calls in 2012 for assault, disorderly conduct, and theft. Now, they have a conditional use. In that conditional use, they're supposed to come back to planning and zoning and report on 3 things. Impact on the community, pedestrian traffic on a crosswalk, and a weekly patrol to pick up garbage. Nowhere, after I sued them, both Beans and the Brother Francis, because Beans had 892 calls. Real quick, that's not with heavy industrial zoning bargained for in a conditional use. I don't believe that was the spirit and intent of that conditional use, and it has to be changed. Or it's going to be inverse condemnation because I appealed my taxes assessment went down basically because of the stigma of the Brother Francis shelter in Beans, but they're not going anywhere else. So offering you a solution would be to buy my property. ML&P already rents part of it. After going out to Sand Lake, and they would have tarred and feathered the good mayor over there if he tried putting anything homeless out there. 200 people showed up, and I don't think anyone over there was supporting that. Long story short, it leads to also the damage of that conditional use, no public hearings, is equal protection. The paramedics that respond, and the biggest amount of the budget is like 36 million. 32 million of that goes for a man down. Recently, I had a fire at my property. If Station 1 responds, it's 3 minutes. If they assist a man down, state law, the abandonment law, they can't leave to address a second call to me, stroking out. It has to come from Airport Heights. That means a 10-minute ride.
You have 30 seconds, Mr.
Every extra minute that it takes to get me a paramedic, I lose 10% chance of survival. Instead of 70% chance of survival, I have a 30% chance of survival because no one's doing anything about the 1,305 calls that I never bargained for. You gave us a fence, come on down and see that fence. It's got a hole in it, the moose have no trouble, and neither to do the street people. So I have a solution.
Your 30 seconds is up.
Is it?
It is, and there are no...
He interrupted me. Paul asked the question. Give me an extra 30.
Mr. Honeman.
Ron, I heard that I did hear over here that there was a fire. I think it was like some burn barrel or something.
Yes,
got away
yes.
from, but nobody got hurt.
No, I was a former fireman.
Okay. All right. Briefly, what's your message? What's your closing?
Buy me out. Listen, that homeless shelter isn't going anywhere. It's protected by a moral veil. It's protected by really bad public policy due to moral panic. And you're going to buy me out, or I'm going to do this inverse condemnation, and you're going to end up buying my property anyway. But it's going to cost Mr. Wheeler over there, who is brilliant, not just bright, brilliant, a lot of time and money. And that's not what the road I want to go.
You are done, Mr. Levin.
Because
I'm going to keep going after you.
That's all right, because I've already researched it.
Okay.
That's it. Thank you.
You know, I went to the public hearing thing. You should give everyone a shock collar And then when they're
We'll
done,
we'll
just
think
give
about
a
that
vote.
next.
Hey, don't leave now, Mr.
Motion to
Starr. I
adjourn?
thought you were going to ask a question.
There are no questions.
No questions.
None. Thank you.
Well, thank you.